Welcome back to the WEPF World Team Shootout. Stephen Jameson here alongside Sam Webb and Amy Beecham to review the afternoon first, because we have our semi-finals set and we're very excited about that.
We are indeed. Obviously, it was a very, very good afternoon. We saw a lot of very tight matches, a lot of moments that came down. How often do we talk on a Monday night about the moments mattering, about winning the moments? And we saw a lot of those throughout the afternoon, and it created drama. Everything was tight.
Some good shots played today.
Yeah, some mad ones also. Someone we're going.
But that's the
shootout.
shootout.
Yeah, it's a situation, and I think women's pool sometimes is a bit unorthodox anyway compared to what you guys normally watch in at top standard of the pro. So, all a bit different experience watching a shootout, definitely.
Right, it's been certainly a fun one. Let's take a look at what we've got to look forward to this evening. We've got two semi-finals, Scotland versus England, and then we'll see Australia versus France, followed by the grand final. We'll talk Australia-France in a minute because Scotland-England is first up, and we'll take a look at the highlights in a moment, guys. But what stood out for you from Scotland, first of all, Si?
We did exactly what we were just saying. They won the moments that they needed to win. It wasn't pretty at times, but it was a gritty match. It was a tough match, and it was always going to be. We were saying that beforehand, how tight it was on paper, but they came up with the moments at the right time, and they managed to get over the line. Obviously, they had to do it the hard way, but they got there.
And for England, champs, it was a solid performance, if unspectacular, but you felt like they've got more to come.
Yeah, I think you might see a few different players play tonight. The players that didn't settle may get replaced, and that's just the nature of it, isn't it? Sport at top level, and England obviously have that depth, and they've got the ability to rotate it if they think they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at how both teams qualified through to the semi-finals earlier.
1-0 lead for England. Here goes the black, and it's the host nation that starts the strongest. It's there. And just listen to the noise from the Emerald Isle. In goes the black. England back in front. Just the final seconds now playing out, and it's going to be England that will go through to tonight's semi-final, there's no question. And the match is over as they shake hands. Harriet Haynes high-fives her teammates. England are through to tonight's semi-final.
There it goes. What a visit there.
I think she enjoyed that.
Oh, how about it?
Wow.
Renee Mitchell with a hammer. She doesn't make this a ball.
There is even an argument for the skill shot with a bit of safety in mind.
Gone for the double, nailed the double.
Wow.
What a shot from Sarah Coxon. You said she's a shot maker. She has delivered. That moment from Sarah Coxon is going to take us to the extra time and the shootout. For me, that's just outside where they needed to be. Just have to make sure. Oh,
Not
that miss
now.
could hurt them though. Scotland are going to be into the semi-finals.
Well, that was the story of this afternoon, and it entertained us so greatly. It was all happening, wasn't it, for in particular Scotland?
Yeah, and I think for me, we can take a lot out of that afternoon in terms of the tactics. I think we've got teams now that have had an extra match of experience, and you can look at it. We talked about this on commentary a little bit this afternoon. You know, in that situation where it went to the shootout, when you're picking your team for the second rotation of games, can you predict what's going to happen? Can you predict how long frames are going to go, and maybe try and line up your six red takers? Because obviously it's always going to be the next player on going with your primary six red taker. Is that something that these teams can work out and maybe potentially look to do? Because it didn't really pan out very well for Wales. Also, can they look at that and think about how they switch their order up? Whether they need to go big at the top of the order, get somebody in big on frame 6 and 7, and go from there.
For Scotland, they come into the semi-final though with a little bit of a free hit because they're huge underdogs here.
You say that, but actually on performance this afternoon, I thought I was really impressed with Scotland, and as we said, England weren't at their best, and we expect them to get stronger, definitely. But the shootout we know is a leveler anyway, so.
Yeah, and we said last year with Ireland when they played England, we were saying exactly the same thing. England are going to be huge favourites here, but Ireland got the job done. They stole it away from England, and there's absolutely no guarantees for England whatsoever.
And that is the danger of this format. It does increase slightly. The races get longer in the semi-final, and does that have any bearing, do you think, or will it just be slightly more of the same?
Yeah, the races are the same, but the match clock is longer, so there's a little bit more breathing room to sort of get, and that's where I think the second rotation of players that come in, whether they change up the order, that sort of thing, I think it can make a difference here because there's just a little bit more breathing room, much more opportunity to get to 6 rather than relying on the match clock. There's more match played at 30 seconds a shot as well, so I just feel like that might lead themselves into England's hands a little bit more. There's a little bit more time, but I guess we'll find out.
England have so many stars, champs, but we didn't really see some of them at least at their best. We had Babs in the studio afterwards, the England captain, and she said it was her first experience on that table and it was like playing on a skating rink. Are we expecting to see an improvement just based on having a bit of time on the table for this evening?
Yeah, I would say so. But again, if they are going to bring in alternate players, then first game out there for them as well. And it's as much about adapting to the situation and the pressure. And I think Scotland will be loud tonight. I see they've had their little warm up shot before they came. So I think the atmosphere, I think it's as much about adapting to the pressure and the situation as the table.
England are so often favourites when it comes to these sorts of occasions, but the shootout just gives us that little bit of something different. Are we expecting something different, or do you think England will see it through?
I think if it stays tight, if Scotland stay in this early and the deeper it goes when it's tight, the more England will start to be nervy. I don't think they have the same team spirit that other teams have, and I think if they get themselves ahead, if they win the first couple of frames, and I think they're going to go out big, I think they're going to go Harriet and Barbara first 2 frames. If they get themselves ahead, I could see them flowing away and winning this by a distance. But if it remains tight, I think the deeper it goes, the edgier England get, the more chance and the more noise you'll hear from Scotland, and the more chance we have of a big upset.
Do you agree, champs, that the only way Scotland can get this done is by dragging England into a bit of deep water?
Yeah, potentially, but the issue for England with going out big is then you've got the players that maybe struggled a little bit this afternoon or that haven't played coming in, and then okay, England go 2 or 3 up, but if you then lose 2 or 3 in a row, the momentum swings, and momentum is going to be massive out there, so it can work both ways, I think.
Yeah, it's all set for a cracking semi-final, and it is coming up for you next. Scotland versus England is live when we return. Welcome back to the WEPF World Team Shootout. Amy Beecham has run off to the commentary box in preparation for this match and just leaves me inside to give you one final preview. Semi-final time, Scotland versus England. England bat so deep, there's so many good players, but as Champs alluded to, they've got it that in its own way creates issues.
Yeah, I guess it does. For me, I think this match will come down to how the frames are played. I think Scotland should try and play the game on their terms. If the balls come open and it becomes a dish fest, then you feel like England are going to be the team that kind of come out on top. They've got the stronger squad. But if they make it mixy, I would suggest to Scotland, if I was in their camp, say go out there and maybe don't chase any finishes. Make them frames horrible. Take it out of the terms of what you know the Harriets and the Barbaras like. They want to go for finishes. Make it as horrible as possible and make them have to really earn it.
It's a super squad though, this England team. It really does bat deep. Barbara Taylor is the captain. Harriet Haynes is a multiple-time pro winner. Megan Proctor went to 2 Pro Series finals as of the weekend just gone. Yeah. But the player I want to focus on a little bit there is the skipper, Barbara Taylor, because she was with us earlier on. She said the adaptation to the faster table was really difficult, but she is absolutely one of the best players in the world. She's
one of the best players in the world. She's got a great CV, she really does. But I don't think the shootout's her natural home. She's not a player that wants to play at quick speed. She doesn't like the 15 seconds. You know, she is adapting, she's getting better at it, and she's won a women's series title. But I don't think it's her natural home. She'd rather have more breathing room. She'd rather not play with the shot clock at all, in all honesty. But the pedigree is there, but we're yet to see her really fire in this sort of a situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And Barbara here, as you can see, is capable of beating anyone, even our very own Amy Beecham on her day. But it has been a little bit of a fallow run for Babs of late.
Yeah, she's definitely coming here on low form. I spoke to her in between, and she's even feeling low on confidence. I mean, we're very early here. I mean, she had the women's series over the weekend. Didn't really work out for her at all. She didn't play particularly well, and we saw her not play very well in the match earlier on today. And she's already thinking about the fact that she's frustrated that the Q arm doesn't feel like it's travelled with her to Blackpool, and she's not really playing her best. So she's definitely there for taking.
As for the Scotland squad, this is the list for you, and we didn't really know what to expect from the Scotland team, but I tell you what we got from Nikki Comrie and Val Finney in particular was a very, very good six-red shootout ultimately.
It was, and it doesn't look, because we're so used to seeing that low 20s now with the professionals, but you've got to remember where we are and what we're seeing here. And in the women's game, 30 seconds is actually a very good time. We haven't seen anything sub 30 yet, so when they set 43 as a pair, it always looked like that was going to be a very good challenge for the Welsh team, and it was enough. I think they're probably going to end up leading out with Nikki Comrie. She's going to lead from the front. She did on the first time round. I think we're going to see more of that.
All right then, shall we find out who's going to the WPF World Team Shootout final? Who's winning?
I think England are going to edge it, but it's going to be by only a frame.
Let's find out. England versus Scotland is next in the company of Amy Beecham and Tony Holgate.
Well, welcome this evening to this semi-final. England versus Scotland. Harriet Haynes is going to be breaking off for England in frame one. Of course, I'm joined by Amy Beecham. And do you think this is going to be a one-sided affair, or are Scotland going to put up a fight?
I think they'll put up a fight. I was impressed with Scotland this afternoon. I thought they played well, and I think England need to improve to win the tournament tonight.
Yeah, I watched a bit of the early match when France played Northern Ireland. France looked very good.
Yeah, I mean, France are obviously reigning, not shootout champions, but world champions, and the depth they have in their team is up there. So.
And that's an interesting semi-final that will be coming up after this one, Australia versus France. But it is England and Harriet Haynes at the table. And it was noticeable in their opening match, England, when they played Ireland, that it was scrappy. What the guys were saying, and yourself in the studio earlier, was Scotland need to make it messy. Well, there's an unusual miss there from Harriet. Wow. Maybe they don't want to make it messy.
Yeah, I don't think Harriet would want that, but early chance for Scotland.
And this is Emma Gray. Nice long pot.
I don't think Emma played in the quarterfinal this afternoon, so it'll be interesting to see how she settles.
Just looking at the teams, and England have made a couple of personnel changes as well to their lineup this evening from the match against Ireland, giving all the squad a game.
Yeah, I think you have to. I think it's a sort of event where you want to make sure everyone's involved.
Something about that pocket that nobody likes.
Yeah, that was a tougher miss than Harriet's, obviously, but she's left awkward queue in here for Harriet. Needs a good shot to start the finish.
Of course, we've got a bit more time on the clock.
Okay.
For this evening, 50 minutes match clock.
Is it still first to 6? Still 10 frames?
It's still 10 frames, but I think we're going to get nearer to the magic number.
Yeah.
Opportunity now for Harriet. Plays with some right-hand side with a cue ball coming towards red and yellow that are stuck together. If she manages to move these out, It's going to be a clear table. And she didn't quite get enough side on. So that problem is still there. Let's have a look now to see if it goes in that centre pocket.
It doesn't look on, does it, from here?
It's a bit too much of that red stuck out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So where would you go here, Amy?
I'm not sure, to be honest, because one camera angle here looks like the yellow does go in the middle and one doesn't, but she's played a good shot here. I think she'll attempt the split here from the middle. Good angle. A little bit closer to the cushion than she wants, but if it doesn't go, then you don't have any choice. You've got to try and move it now. Yeah, good shot.
Great shot there from Harriet Haynes. Described perfectly by Amy there.
She does need to give this a bit of attention because it does look quite straight to get up past the red. A bit more angle than it looked.
Yeah, she's not going to do too much with a cue ball here. Just pull it back, and the black's available in this bottom corner, further back than I thought she'd go with it.
Yeah, maybe a bit of adrenaline there.
Down goes the 8 ball, and Harriet Haynes lands England's first frame. And that's the start that England wanted. As you can see, Barbara Taylor, the skipper, is about to make her way to the arena. She'll be playing Nikki Comrie. And this is the worry for Scotland. Barbara had a bit of a sticky time out there earlier this afternoon by her own admission. She was in the commentary box with me. And I saw her this afternoon during the break, and she said she wants to put that right tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to view it when you have struggled or made a mistake, is not dwell on it, not get down on yourself, but make sure you put all your focus into getting it right the next time you get a chance to. Probably not the layout she'd want to come to the table with. This looks a bit awkward.
I have to say, what a bizarre break. All 7 yellows have gone to the right-hand side of the table as we look. In fact, all the balls have gone there except for those 2 reds. I still think yellows are the colour. So does Barbara Taylor.
Yellow balls in play.
Might not be a quick end to this frame.
No, and I think this will take a bit of working out. Bit surprised at that shot from Nikki. If I was going to play that ball, I might have just been tempted to cover up the black pocket. And in these rules, a lot of the time, tactically, it's a good thing just to keep balls on the table. So I wouldn't be encouraging potting many more balls here, just because you're not going to take the finish out. Clip off the red and play the lost return now, potentially.
I think so. That would be my choice of shot, Amy. Needs to clear that bag anyway.
Yeah, and the yellows are still horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the shot for me. Not quite got it right.
I think if I'm Barbara now, I'd get rid of that yellow out of there that's next to the red at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, I wonder if it does actually go though, if you're on it properly. Yeah, I think that's a sensible shot from Babs. She wants the yellow to go past the red though, which I think it just about does.
Well, I don't know if she wanted that ball. Pretty sure she didn't.
No. I do think Scotland, though, will benefit from creating a bit of atmosphere out there. I think the support could be a massive factor tonight.
Well, she's doing what you said not to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure she had much choice there, but I think you have to play the lost turn plant now, don't you? But yeah, I think Babs is favourite here.
Well, she's played what you called, Amy. Lost a turn. Put the red over the bag.
Yeah, I think if I'm Babs, I'm trying to play the lost turn straight back here though. Play it off the yellow. Pot the red with the other red still tied up. So I think she was probably looking to pot that and then play the lost turn from the other yellow.
What that does do is give Nikki Conry a bit of hope here. She could develop the red at the bottom. If she plays this red that's directly in front of the cue ball into yellow and red.
Yeah. I just wonder if Babs was looking at whether there was a gap behind the red over the bag though. So she's definitely asked the question.
Extension call.
They're calling her extension there, Barbara Taylor.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit awkward after Nikki's last shot.
Yeah, important shot this because be careful that she doesn't open everything up here for Nikki Conry. We've got their 1-0 start. They don't want to just give the next frame away as well and bring it back to level. They want to try and charge out and get a full steam ahead of Scotland.
Yeah.
She's going to have a go.
Yeah, I think, look, Nikki's a very good player and this is a decent chance. If you get the right angle on the red in the corner off this ball, then you top through and I think there's plenty of room for the black in the middle past the yellow.
Has she gone far enough up?
I think you're just about, but you need to play a good shot now and just top almost through the yellow.
Yeah, need a lot of power here because the cue ball, she makes this pot, it's go straight into that yellow that's next to the red.
Yeah.
She put plenty of topspin on the cue ball. She got it clean. Has it come too far? I think it has.
Yeah, it didn't look possible to miss the cannon on the yellow.
No, it didn't. Well, it did creep in. And there's life in Scotland.
Yeah.
1-1. I think both you and I thought she'd just come too far there for that.
Yeah, again, it looked very tight, but it definitely looked like it didn't go, but...
More of a solemn mood over here in
Yeah.
Camp England. So they're not going to have it all their own way. The favourites. Here comes Megan Proctor, two-time Women's Pro finalist the weekend just gone. So girl in form. She'll be playing Val Finney.
Yeah, first time I've seen Val play this afternoon, but she looked very good cue action, sensible shot selection too. Good addition to the Scotland team, I think.
Well, it's just not going England's way at the moment.
No, another cut break and another collection of balls to one side of the table.
Red balls in play.
Val Finney taking the reds. But another, as you said, Amy, untidy
Yeah,
patch of balls at the right-hand side of the table.
reds probably look like the obvious choice there, but I actually wouldn't have minded yellows because I actually think you've got the ball, the yellow over the middle to sort of smash into, and was easier to get that one red out that was tied up at the start. So,
Yeah.
but it's just the way you see it out there. Everyone's different. But yeah, this frame's going to take some working out. Just containing from Megan.
It's quite incredible because I've watched a bit of Megan obviously over the weekend, and you see her out there playing in these finals, and there's a lot of break finish and clear ups, and you get all these players in these one frame matches and everything just looks untidy. There's hardly any really fast frames.
No, we've not seen many. I think a lot of the breaks have gone awkward and not really led to finishes off the break. Again, we've seen 2 breaks here in a row where everything's just gone to one side of the table.
Megan in no hurry to burst all those balls out on the cush.
No, I think she's trying to tempt Val into going for it. I'd definitely rather be yellows in this situation. This is a chance for Meg to be aggressive if she wants to be.
Yeah, she can cut that yellow into the centre pocket, send a cue ball into the 2 yellows on the rail, and they will both definitely come off there, heading towards that bottom left-hand corner. She connects to them correctly. Being as Megan is a tremendous potter.
Yeah, I think if she was in a singles match here, there wouldn't be as hesitation. I think it's the team event, and I still think it's the right shot. She's played it well. Unlucky where that second yellow's gone.
attacking nature came to the forefront there.
Yeah, I think I'd have played the same shot. Well, I would have played the same shot, no thinking. Yeah, good shot. Judged that really well.
Just for the simple reason that red is tucked behind that black ball, I think I'll get this yellow out.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's not the worst shout. I'm not sure how easy the red by the yellow is on the left-hand side either. She looking at a loss of turn? Yeah, she was trying to pot the red there. I think your shot to bump the yellow out is still valid here.
Yep. As long as that red sat behind that black, you know, it's going to be very hard to get on that. You've got a pinpoint to knock the black out of the way and get on it.
Yeah.
And it's also, if you're going that way, so from bottom to top, you'd be knocking the black towards those yellows as well. So I do think it's the best shot. But it's as you were. If I was Val Finney now, I'd be moving up. Try and play the loss of turn at the top if you could get through there.
I think Val's shown enough that she wants to get down and be aggressive. But how you go about the two at the top, I'm not too sure. You need to cannon off this.
I think the red next to the yellow sneaks in. If you correctly position, you can play a little bit right hand side and squeeze that angle.
Yeah.
And she has a bit of angle here. If you could just play this shot, flick the black, and if you could play it really softly and just nudge it apart, you would be right on it.
I'd have liked to have played the cannon off the ball before, just so that you've got a margin of error. If you get the cannon but don't land on that ball, you've got one down the table.
Yeah.
Can you flick off the red and plant the black onto the other red? I mean, it's ambitious, but I'm not sure what else she has
I like
here.
your thinking. Creative.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else she has, to be honest. I do think it's on if you... Obviously not easy, but it's there.
Yeah, it's a well-spotted shot. I'm not sure Val Finney's seen it. Maybe she has, because the angle there.
All out for... Wow, what a cut-in that is.
That is a ridiculous cut. Brilliant pot. We'll have another look at that. I mean,
she does have a shot at this other red. Tough, but after potting that last one, then you can't rule it out. You just need to be careful with the white. Obviously, the in-off is very much
this
in play.
would be huge for Scotland.
White goes in the bottom left, not just the bottom right.
Played it quite heavy.
Yeah. Great chance for Meg now, just to wrap this frame up, getting one back in the lead.
But it's going to be pressured where Val Finney's red's finish is right over that middle bag, just about. So there's nowhere really where you think you've got a shot to nothing where you can afford to miss.
No, you just got to go all out, commit to the finish. You know that that's gone wrong already. And that's just a shot of playing into an area thinking I'm bound to be on something. You just had to commit there, know what ball you were playing for, and just play pinpoint position.
Absolutely right. Where does she go here? Does she have to play the double?
No, I think you can play the one closest to the red in the bottom corner. Yeah, good shot. Cue ball.
Oh my word. Would you believe it?
I would say Scotland are about to go 2-1 up, looking at the position of the red and black.
That's a very good call, Amy. I like the way you've come off the fence there. Well, this is dreamland for Scotland. Val Finney with his simple black ball to put Scotland 2-1 in front against the favourites. And in it goes. And Scotland get their noses in front in this semi-final.
And we talked in the studio about England coming out with their big hitters and what could go wrong if the momentum then swings, but we didn't take into account that, you know, England's 3 big players are a 2-1 down essentially. Great position for Scotland currently, but England's still more than capable of turning this around.
I think this was one of the changes from earlier. This is Kirsty Clugston. Didn't play in the quarter-final match against Ireland.
No, Kirsty's new to the squad this year, but a very good player. She lost in the final of the Challenger event this weekend to Casey Ranford-Norrie. It's a good standard match from what I saw.
She's up against Cara Mowat. It's going to be Karen to break off for Scotland.
Karen was very good this afternoon, very steady, experienced.
Welsh, it's her turn to go in off the break, or should I say Scotland's. Megan Proctor did it the frame before. Karen Mowat's just replied in kind. A little hop, skip and a jump.
Yeah, good split as well here.
So Kirsty Clugston's going to get her first taste of this arena.
Yeah, and she's got a really good chance to go out. The first shot, you've got to back yourself to pot a decent ball, and then they're all there. Prefer reds here, but you can also make a case for yellows.
See how she adapts to the pace of this table. It's a bit quicker than the outside arena tables that she will have been playing on for this weekend in the Challenger Tour.
Yeah, it does react a bit different, but it's a good chance here.
Going to be a long yellow down the rail, just away from the rail.
You just have to be a little bit careful that you don't flick the other yellow onto the rail at the same time. Make sure you get past it.
Barbara Taylor there, we just saw the England captain, slightly concerned look on her face. Well, she just missed out. She's also left a gaping hole that if Karen Mowat wants to pot a red down there, she can do.
Yeah, again, if you can play a first good shot on reds, then you've got a really good chance. Just about potting a first ball.
Obviously plenty of time left on the clock, so that's not an issue at the moment.
No, but when you're behind, you just want to get level as quick as possible, don't you? You don't want to see the gap keep widening.
Well, no, as it widens and the clock gets less and less, then the urgency becomes greater.
Yeah.
And that's when panic can set in.
Absolutely.
And panic's not the friend you want in the arena with you.
No.
Well, that'll help Kirsty Clugston. Not only did she miss that red, she put the other red into not a great position there. So this is a free go really for Kirsty to try and level things up once again.
Yeah, you'll be a little bit careful with the yellow at the bottom corner. Now another good chance for Karen to play that gap first shot. Not sure I'd be leaving the red off the yellow till last.
I think that's exactly what
Yeah.
Karen Mowatt's going to do.
Again, I just think if you play it earlier, you give yourself options to be on other balls if you don't land on what you're moving.
No, you're exactly right, Amy. All the eggs in one basket scenario. Well, at least she's given herself the correct angle, but this is a tricky shot. Has to be hit the yellow quite thin. See, she's gone in clean. Can she play the loss of turn and push a cue ball through to the side rail?
Yeah, that has to be the shot. Yeah, good shot. Very good shot.
It's an easy snooker, but
Yeah.
you're only leaving it straight across.
Yeah.
But there is a gap between the red and that pocket. How often do we see somebody go and find those gaps? I'll tell you what, that's heavy. That's going to leave red on.
That's a bit of a nervy one from Kirsty, I think.
Well, if Karen Mowat can finish out here and put Scotland into a 3-1 lead, that would be remarkable. The red's in. Oh, she's got a shot at the black ball.
Yeah, be very careful with the white here though. Commit to how you want to play it and make sure you're not sending the white anywhere near the pocket.
I think as long as you play it and it's going to the pocket, I think it should be okay, as long as you put bottom on the white, but here we go. Looked a bit snatchy.
Yeah, a lot of nerves out there, isn't there? A lot of pressure.
Absolutely. You know, you can't begin to say.
Even this is such a touchy shot. I don't like them. Don't like playing shots like that.
No, again, I'm with you. Well, straight across. How many of these have we seen today? These style of shots out of snookers and.
I think because of these rules and the rule that you have to hit a cushion after contact, people practice. I know I practice these a lot more now, trying to actually pop balls off snookers rather than just hit them.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
They thought it was in.
They did think it was in.
I thought it was in.
It's like the football when you see the net ripple and it's gone in the side netting.
Yeah,
Wrong end of the ground. Wow.
Absolutely.
She can't believe it. She thought it was in as well. Great effort as well from Karen Mowat. Kirsty Clugston. Not sure what to do. I really don't recommend that shot either. It's another free hit. You haven't got to worry about that yellow going in. If she pots the black, it's framed to Scotland. If she doesn't, it's only loss of turn. What that might do is give Kirsty Clugston a bit of breathing space here where she could probably, I think you'd be best clipping off this yellow. Putting white on the bottom rail.
I'm going for this. I think for me...
This is a tough shot.
It is, but in a situation like this, I would rather back myself to get them than give someone a chance to pull out something special or get lucky. Yeah, she's nailed it. Great couple of shots from Kirsty. 2-all.
Well, incredible finish in that frame. Kirsty Clugston gets her name on the score sheet in a very important frame for England. Scotland so close to having a 3-1 lead when Karen Mowat thought she got the black. So did her teammates and the crowd at that side of the arena. The cheer went up, and then it was the oohs and ahs that followed. And here's the other change that England made. This is Sarah Waite. She looks overjoyed to see her opponent, which is Renee Mitchell.
Renee pulled out that monster black earlier on, didn't she?
I saw that, yeah. Incredible shot. It's going to be Sarah Waite to break for England. 2-2. All to play for. Nothing separating these two great nations. She made a ball.
Yeah, another awkward frame though. How long on the clock? 20 minutes still. Right?
They're still potting undeterred that the black stuck behind the yellow, and there's a red at the top of the table that's not in an ideal position and will need removing from that little spot it's in.
Yeah, I think now's the time to pull back and just drop this red over the corner bag, leave the white on a rail, because it's such odds against getting the finish here that you just don't want to keep taking balls off the table.
Well, that was the first attempt to move the black. She did do, but not enough to make it possible. Mind you, it might double in the middle now.
Yeah.
If you got that far down.
I think you can drop this middle one in and leave an angle on the closest one of the two to split the ones at the top tight as to whether it goes.
Mitchell at the table for Scotland. For a double, not got it, but
She'll take that. Saying that, I think the one in the middle goes.
yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah.
but she's not left the white in an ideal position. But yes, I think Sarah can sneak through to that red near the middle pocket. Electing to bring the red into play at the top of the table.
Yeah, sensible shot, I think, where the yellows are.
Yeah, I agree.
Some shot from Sarah there.
Sarah Waite now. Down to her last red, but nothing easy.
For the double, but that was tough.
Renee Mitchell now comes to the table.
Yeah, and no need to rush any sort of attempt at a finish here. You've got plenty of time. Big favourite. Big favourite with Sarah, just one red on the table.
So Renee Mitchell with time on her hands.
And the right shot for me, that.
Nice safety, also developing the yellow. That was quite awkward where it's placed. And after England getting themselves back into this and drawing level, be very careful, they can end up one behind once again. And the clock is ticking down. You have to say, if Scotland were to triumph and get through to tonight's final, that would be a major upset.
Yeah, it would be an upset, but it's a shootout, and anything can happen.
Don't forget, our second semi-final will be on after this. Australia will be taking on France in a mouth-watering semi-final. Plenty of atmosphere for that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Aussies always bring a great atmosphere. Very supportive of each other.
It's part of being Australian. It's in their makeup. Well, Sarah Waite's shot here is to send the cue ball into the cushion, kick the 8 ball back towards that right-hand corner pocket.
Agree.
Also, if she hits it a little bit thick, you go off 2 cushions in the other corner, so a couple of chances.
Nailed it. Oh, thought that was in as well.
There seems to be a bit of last ball drama in these frames.
Yeah. That's what happens when frames go awkward off the breaks a lot of the time, isn't it? There's no real clear-cut chances until right at the end.
Well, that is not what Renee Mitchell wanted to do. It was a good pot, but the cue ball went in and it's just handed a very easy chance for Sarah Waite. As you see, she puts the cue ball right behind the black and is straight 8 ball into the corner pocket. Thank you very much, she says. And England edge in front. For the first time since Harriet won the opening frame, it's now England 3, Scotland 2. So you see Harriet Haynes is now making her way out. She'll want a repeat of her opening frame.
Yeah, she'll want a repeat of the result, but she won't want to need 3 chances again. She'll want to be more clinical and go out there and just dominate.
She shall be facing Nikki Comrie. Shaking her hands. And it will be Scotland to break. Nikki Comrie. Another look at Nikki's break. Plenty of bend on the cue there on the cloth as she split the balls. What is it about the right-hand side of the table, Amy?
Yeah.
Is there a magnet over there?
Seems that way. Good chance for Harriet here, though. She'll be expecting to get these.
Yeah, it just seems like England have left it to the second part of this match to stamp their authority on the game. But it's been some edgy ones.
Yeah, and Nikki more than capable of counter clearing if Harriet was to slip up here.
For me, the pivotal moment was the Karen Mowat black that we all thought was in.
Yeah. Yeah, this is make sure she gets the white out here. And that's not gone far enough.
Either not far enough or too far.
Yeah.
One or the other.
She's got to play a really good shot now, and then even then I'm not sure if she has a positional option. She's a little bit casual the shot before to leave herself so straight on the ball. She's just played along the cushion.
We'll soon be heading into the last 10 minutes of this encounter. And it will drop then to 15 seconds a shot. She went for the thin cut.
If Nikki can knock these in, then I think this could be a big moment.
Well, I can tell you the England have stayed with the same running order in this second session for the first three players at least. With Harriet's here, Barbara Taylor will be up next, followed by Megan Proctor.
15-second shot clock in play.
Next play for Scotland will be Val Finney and then Karen Mowat. You kind of feel that the match won't go beyond those 3 games.
No.
And what's left on the clock.
That's fine. She can slide this ball in down a cushion and come twice across for the one on the bottom rail.
Nice pot there from Nikki, waving the cue ball over to the other side, so she's got this angle. Cue ball obviously obliged.
Yeah, just needs to commit to how she wants to deal with the ball on the side cushion.
Well, she put all the concentration into the angle that she needed to move the ball and sort of took her off the pot.
Yeah, still need a big shot for Harriet here to cut the ball in the yellow in the middle. Not sure what else she's got on. Looking at the plant maybe. A bit of a big bag, so. Yeah, good shot.
Very good shot there from Harriet Haynes.
Does the yellow go past the red in the middle?
Very tight. So if she can get enough right hand side on the cue ball to dig down and have the yellow into the other one.
Yeah, good shot.
Great shot there from Harriet. This long black to get 2 in front for England. In it goes. No messing from Harriet Haynes. And it's now England in complete control as we head into the final part of this match. England 4, Scotland 2. Scotland have their backs against the wall. So how do you see Australia-France going?
I think you have to make France favourite. Australia need a big performance from Lindell, but if anyone in here can do it, then it's going to be Lindell. I think she's a proper big match player, and I think she galvanises the team.
Yeah.
But I think it's difficult to see past a French win. They're just so solid and have the depth to win.
Well, Barbara Taylor in off the break.
Another awkward collection of balls on that side, though.
Straight in as well.
Yeah, I actually preferred reds there because I think you can probably make the plant of the two in the middle and open everything up. That yellow in there is horrible on the side rail.
Barbara would have been just as happy to see that red sit there. A wry smile from the England skipper.
Extension called.
Potentially may just roll into these and keep it tight. Yeah, just push the second one out, leave the yellow there.
Valfini getting a bit of pace on now. Aware that we're 5.5 minutes just over remaining. Scotland do need 2 frames.
I mean, you have to get a bit of pace on 15 seconds
Well,
anyway,
you do,
don't
yeah.
you? Can't wander around too much out there. Great chance for Babs now.
Well, should Barbara Taylor take out these reds, that will surely put the match to bed. And England will be booking their place in tonight's final, where they will meet either Australia or France. Little jog there from Barbara. Going to be short. Going to have to play off this bottom rail. Just looking at her angle. It's kind of one of them, if she hits it, she pots it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a decent chance to pot this. Yeah, it's close.
Ooh,
unlucky.
just hit the jaw. Is there time? There is. But will it happen? Can Scotland get this frame and then get a quick fire one straight after it and take this to the shootout?
Yeah, you have to just make sure of this frame now. Yeah, I'm not...
My word, she put some pace into
Wow.
that.
Gives herself a chance of this down the rail.
She don't want to play that at the same pace as she played the last ball, that's for sure.
No. Shot.
That's a brilliant
Great
shot.
shot.
Wow. Val Finney to pull one back for Scotland and keep them in this semi-final. And it's there, and Val Finney has beaten the England captain Barbara Taylor. England 4, Scotland 3. Just over 3 minutes left on the match clock. Scotland need the next frame. And what drama we have here in this semi-final. The upset could still be on the cards. Megan Proctor coming out for England. Getting a few words of advice from Harriet Haynes. This is probably about clock management now, because it could end up with that again.
Yeah.
We saw it when England played Ireland in the quarter-finals. It ended up very similar. They're one frame ahead, and With only a couple of minutes left and manage the clock. This is Karen Mowat for Scotland. Just avoided the in-off, but has she got the ball?
No, but did you want a ball?
Well,
You're glad you're dry now, aren't you?
you do, yeah.
That is horrible.
A nice little gentle tap shot here. Ooh.
Not for me.
No, they're jittery little shots here because it's very easy to double stab these. And
I don't see a way if I'm playing this shot that I don't foul here. This is horrible.
yeah, not only that, she's got to bridge over the ball as well.
Yeah.
The eagle eye of Scott Price, the referee.
Yeah.
She played that
did
well.
Did
Did
very
play that
well.
It's one of the few times, Amy, I've seen a tap shot like that that's met with such appreciation, especially from, well, obviously from the England camp. But my word.
Karen looking like she's just clipping off it. No, she's going.
Well, does Megan use the extension? England haven't used it yet, have they? Oh yeah, have used
she
it,
has,
of course they have. My mistake, apologies.
But I think she can pot enough balls here to manage the clock. Don't need to take the finish out. If you pot 5 or 6 balls, you should be about home. Just been in 2 finals, so she's used to the shot clock. She needs to be on the plant here, though. It looks tight.
Yeah, a little bit of a loose shot there. I mean, you make sure, like you said, if you knock in 3 or 4 balls, the game's over. Well, 1 minute 30 and a bit. 7 reds in the black need to be knocked in by Karen Mowat. There's one of them. Takes one of Megan's as well for good measure.
I'm not sure about this shot. I'd have been playing the one over the bag, top left, I think.
Well, that has left a decent chance of the actual finish here now for Megan Proctor.
Yeah, still doesn't need to get them. She'll pot 3 yellows, potentially waste the clock and be home.
Yeah, it's going to be over. Megan knows it, makes this pot, kills another 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And it's going to be England in tonight's final, I think it's safe to say. And they will face either Australia or France. That will be coming after this, of course. Not to be missed. It's going to be action-packed. And whoever wins out of Australia or France playing England, it's going to be a great atmosphere. It's going to be a great atmosphere in the semi-final. Hard to pick a winner from those two, but anyway, Megan Proctor seeing out the last couple of seconds. And it's official, England are in the final. They've beaten a valiant Scottish side, 4 frames to 3. Megan Proctor, high fives all round. Barbara Taylor, a happy captain. Don't go away, come back after this short break and we'll have some more action here from Blackpool.
Well, welcome back everybody, and England are shootout finalists. Megan, Sarah, well played. That must feel pretty sweet.
Yeah, definitely. It was a bit touch and go there at the beginning, I think, and then we pushed forward and we were 2 frames clear, I think, and it just let us settle a little bit. But even towards the end there, it was a bit nervy.
It's never easy, is it, in a shootout? So I wanted to ask what your first table time was like. Obviously a change of squad for the evening, and how did you find it out there?
I thought the table was running really nicely, actually. It was very quick.
That's been the general feedback, yeah.
Very, very quick. But no, it felt good.
And in terms of the match itself, did you feel like the slightly longer time in the match helped you, or maybe helped to actually Scotland get back into the game?
I'm not sure how much bearing on it, to be honest. I think the massive point in the match was Kirsty's clearance, so that to make it 2-2 rather than us going 3-1 down, because that would have been a big mountain to climb back up in the time we had. So
yeah.
she did brilliantly.
That was a real war of a frame, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and that's Kirsty's first frame for England. Like, what a way to start! It was
welcome
unreal.
to Team Pool.
I know, definitely. You could tell she was feeling out there, but to keep your composure and knock them 2 last yellows in, how she did, was just unbelievable.
Incredible.
Yeah, is that the sort of finish that can almost light up a fortnight, really, when you do that on first day, first frame? Even though you've struggled a little bit, you finished like that, it can sort of set you going.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think if we said off you go again, she'd have been quite happy to go. It'd have been different if the frame ended different. But yeah, it's really nice to get a first win, and then you kind of settle going forward as much as you can in these events.
Yeah, you can't ever truly settle in a shootout, can you? Sarah, I wanted to ask you your perspective on this fortnight. Obviously, so much to play for. But coming into the shootout, there's an element of, yeah, it's a bit of fun, but it would be nice. But now you're in the final, it's there to win, isn't it?
Of course we want to win it. Of course you do. If you're in it, you want to win it. And I think we feel like we let it slide last year, so we just want to make sure we're taking it home again this time.
Has it been a sort of, yeah, well, has it been a sort of message from Babs, or maybe the manager, or maybe among yourselves, that last year wasn't quite where we wanted to be, let's really go for it this year?
Yeah, I'll let Sarah answer that, because I wasn't actually in the team last year in terms of the team.
You were with us in Morocco,
I was
weren't
there,
you? You were with
but
us.
this is my first shootout. But I think just in general, disappointed last year as a team. This year, we want to win.
Yeah, I think it's because it's only the second year it's been going. I think last year was sort of seen as a bit of fun. I think this year it's, okay, we want to win this one now.
Yeah, but is that an element of you still trying to have some fun with it as well? It looks like you're enjoying each other's company.
And there's a lot more banter and sort of back and forth. A lot of the teams know each other really well. So there is that more kind of fun element to this competition. It's not quite as serious as the main one. But yeah, we still want to go there and win it.
Absolutely, and you will face either France or Australia in the final. Will you be keeping an eye out there?
Yeah, we'll be here watching. I think this will be a really good game. I didn't catch Australia's previous game, but I did catch France versus Northern Ireland. That was a very good game as expected. So yeah, we'll be keeping an eye out on this, ready for the final.
Well, ladies, good luck for that when it comes. Cannot wait to watch it, and well played on the win there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we're going to be back in just a moment. And when we do, it's France versus Australia. Welcome back into the studio. Stephen Jameson, Simon Webb here with you on your Monday night. It feels back to normal in a way, but a very, very different vibe, of course. It's almost time for our second semi-final. It's France versus Australia, but we want to do a little bit of build-up. This is a big one. France, you can see behind us, getting ready for it, and we're not too far away. But what about their opponents, Australia? They came through well earlier on, but you get the feeling they've still got a little bit more to give, maybe.
Yeah, and I think they're going to need to as well. I think the way they played against New Zealand, they came back well. They got off to a slow start and were able to turn it around, get themselves back in the match, and then get the victory. But they're going to it's a whole different level of opponent here. You know, France are the real deal. They are the world team champions. They probably on paper are the best team in the event, and Australia are really going to have to find another gear here if they're going to go on and take it to France.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, before we talk too much more about Australia, let's show you just how they got the job done against their near neighbours, New Zealand, earlier on this afternoon.
We've got here Australia versus New Zealand. They've flown an incredible amount of miles to play each other here in England. Oh my word!
That is a
What
great shot.
a black ball from Maxine Soul of New Zealand.
That's a great shot.
Great shot.
That's
And a
lovely
much
pop.
needed frame for the Aussies. You can see what it means to them.
He's cutting it. That's a great shot.
Oh, that is a fantastic pot from Linda.
Great shot.
This to level the match. Lyndall Vine. And Lyndall Vine's come good at the right time. And just look at the Australian women.
Pure passion there.
And down goes the black ball with just 4 seconds on the clock remaining. Australia have gone through. They've beaten New Zealand by 4 frames to 2.
So there was the action from the victory against New Zealand earlier on, where they were pushed, absolutely, and they just needed to make a comeback at the right time, and it was lucky in that sense that they had Lyndall Vine to play 2 frames in quick succession, and she showed what a great player she is.
Yeah, and I think she's the player that they're going to look to, that she's the player that's probably going to have to lead this team and try and take them to a potential victory here. Obviously, the squad there are all experienced or gaining experience of being in this stage. She's had plenty more of it than most, but she's going to have to stand up big here.
A super performer, she's been in so many World Championships, but so many of her teammates, this is their first time out. She's going to have to lead from the front. But what about their opponents, France? They are seriously stacked with talent. They're right behind us. They're chilled out as anything. They've been here before. They've done it. Nothing will faze them.
Nothing will faze them. I do think that not winning the World Team Shootout last year and certainly being knocked out in such fashion by Morocco hurt them, because even though they went on to win the big prize that they were really looking for, which was the World Team Championships, people were still talking about that loss to Morocco, and I think they want to put something right here. They know, I think, how good they are in terms of if they come here, they've got very high expectations of what they want to do. Good start. They got it was a bit of a monkey off their back getting that first victory, but now they can start to turn their attention to winning the semi-final and then the final. The big thing they've got, when we look back at that match against Northern Ireland, for me, obviously Northern Ireland have a nice squad, but they have one gun player in Emma. France have 2. They've got Marianne Jude and Colette, and then their other players are all very good as well. But if you've got 2 gun players that you can send out, and like they had it set up last time round, they had Colette go on frame 5, Marianne on frame 6. All of a sudden, you've got 2 of the best players in the world going back to back. It makes it really difficult for the opponents.
It certainly does. And speaking of Marianne Jude, France just aren't the world team champions. They also have the world champion as well in Marianne. And ahead of this shootout today, I did catch up with the world champ to talk to her a little bit about all things shootout. Marianne, it's so good to have you here back again for the World Championships fortnight. We kick off with the shootout. How excited are you and the French girls to get underway again in the shootout?
Well, obviously we are pretty excited because of our bad shootout last year, so we just want to have kind of a revenge and show we're not going to lose 6-0 down again. But Morocco is not here, so it's all right.
Well, it was one of the results of the shootout, but the fact that you guys then went on to become world champions, you were the individual world champion, it just actually goes to show, when you look back at it, how crazy the shootout can be, that sort of result can actually happen. Are you a little bit more almost aware of that coming into it this year and a bit more on your toes?
Yes, maybe we didn't take the shootout seriously enough last year, but also it's not the main competition, of course, so it's maybe not where the focus is, but obviously we are looking for it. It's another title, so yeah, we want to do great, obviously, and especially as the world and European champion.
Yeah, I suppose with the shootout is the main goal to have loads of fun with it first, and then if the success comes, happy days. Yes,
it's mainly for the fun and but as I said, we didn't take it seriously enough, even if it was kind of fun. Losing 6-0 down is not good at all. So yes, maybe a bit less fun in the end and a bit more seriousness.
How much did you enjoy the whole shootout experience though in Morocco last year? Because the atmosphere with the Moroccan ladies and the Irish ladies in the final, it was really quite special.
Yes.
I'd never seen anything like it. Had you? What were you feeling?
Yes, we went especially for the final, I remember, because we wanted to see that. And yes, it was a great show, but the Moroccan team and the Irish team are very, they shout a lot. It's in their spirit, I think. So yeah, it was a great show. Maybe it would be different if it's another team. I don't know if we would shout like this or...
I saw your celebrations after you won the World Team Championship. You gave it a good go.
Yeah, we can.
Well, Marianne, cannot wait to watch you girls tomorrow. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Lovely as always to catch up with the champ, and she's just sat right behind us as well, almost ready to get underway. She is just one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world.
Yeah, we're blessed now. We've got some really good players right at the top of the game, but she has, first time I got to see her play in live was in Morocco. I'd heard an awful lot about her, but getting to see her play firsthand, understanding the patterns, the way she goes about the frames, fabulous. I was absolutely blown away by the way she sees the game. Obviously, she has the brilliant temperament, she's a great potter and everything else, but I think her patterns are as good as I've seen in the women's game. And that, for me, is why, when she's on, that's why she's going to win so many titles in her career. There's plenty of people that can beat her. She doesn't win all the time, but she is absolutely right up there with anybody in the world right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you heard from her there that she's got the fire for the team. She loves playing for her country with a really good squad behind her. And I mean, this France team is just loaded wherever you look, whether it be the captain Dorothée Chaussée or, like you already mentioned, Colette and Marion. This France squad just bats so deep. I mean, take a look at this. You've got the captain Dorothée Chaussée. We saw Geraldine Champagnet earlier. She looked fantastic. Ellen Collat always delivers, and Annie Stayon as well is just rock solid.
Yeah, the squad from start to finish is really solid. They can send anybody out at any time. But as I said before, it's the true gun players for me. That's what separates them from every other team in the field. You know, Marion Jude and Claire Hendrickson, they stand apart. They are two of the very best players in the world. And when you put two of them in there, especially in short races like they have here, you know, and the rest of them are already strong, it just makes them, for me on paper, they're the favourites to win the shootout. They're the favourites to win the World Team Championships as well. It's going to take a big performance from somebody to beat them here. Obviously, it could be Australia or England now, and the same goes in the World Team Championships as well.
Should be a cracker. It's all set then for the right to face England in the big dance later on tonight. It's France versus Australia, and it is next.
Welcome back. Time to find out who England will play in the World Team Shootout final. Australia or France. And it will be Australia to get us underway here. Simon Webb and Tony Holgate with you on commentary. And it is a 10-frame match and 50 minutes on the match clock.
Promises to be an absolute belter, this. Two great pool nations. Obviously the favourites are France, but Australia will show plenty of spirit and battle out there.
Has a similar feel to me to the previous match, that you feel Australia would like to play this on their terms, make the games messy, make it be a grind, don't want to have it too open. France would love to just see it wide open and just go toe to toe. Especially with the world champion here, Marion Jude. She's up and running here in the opening frame. Won both her matches in the quarter-final against Northern Ireland. Came up big when the team needed her.
Yeah, handy little place to have in your team.
Yeah, very handy.
Watched a bit of the match earlier when France played Northern Ireland, and Northern Ireland had a 2-1 lead at one point, but you just look at that French team and the depth and the firepower they've got. I mean, Colette Henriksen.
It really is. I mean, that's the big thing for me. They just have a really solid squad, and then the two gun players are, well, there'll be two of the players really hunting down the world title in a week or so's time. They're trading loss of turns here at the top of the table. Messy layout. Kate Harrison looks like she's toying with the idea of taking something on. There's nothing really inviting here. The more balls she pots, the easier she could potentially make it here for Marion. tempted will Marion be now that she gets to the table?
Yeah, I thought she might just dribble that yellow down and leave the cue ball stuck to the yellow that was next to it. Wouldn't have really left Marion with anything to go out. Certainly not a finish.
I think that there is a finish on here. She just looked at the one red that looks the most problematic, but that might go in the middle. It'll obviously go in the middle once the red nearest the middle pocket's out the way, but it's difficult to clear that before playing the other one. If the one just on top of the two yellows does go, then this shot here, you land on that and you're in pretty good shape, really. It's fairly routine from there. Of course, it's a big if whether it goes or not. Oh, you can see there how tight it is. The way she played that, I think she thinks it does go, or she's playing the plant.
You can see she is playing the plant.
I think it would have been better to play the plant on the other one. She didn't quite get far enough across the table to be able to play that shot, but if she was straight on the plant on the other one, then she leaves the one that she just played to bottom right, and she can get out from there. Disappointing miss for her, even though it was a plant. You expected her to get it.
Not only that, Simon, she's knocked at second red into a nasty little position just above that left-hand centre pocket. So there's a bit of time here for Kate Harrison. Yeah, that's not a bad shot. Develop the yellow.
Yeah, no effort to pot that.
She's gambling that the world champion doesn't cut this red back into the centre pocket, and hoping that she gets a chance on 5 open yellows.
Attention calls.
Awkward cutback. Little bit lucky with the way the two yellows have landed, in all honesty. She could have left an absolute gift here.
Made a nice shot there with the plant, but like you alluded to, Simon, those two yellows, pretty awkward.
That's left the red on. Not a good visit to the table, has to be said, for Australia. I know that Marion was a little bit lucky to knock the two yellows safe, but I was kind of potting a couple of balls and going nowhere. Needed to be a bit more positive and either try and develop or pull back.
Well, she's going to take this awkward red down the length of the table into this bottom left-hand corner. She's been so clinical at these sort of shots.
Beautiful.
Brilliant shot there from Marion. Got slightly the wrong angle on this red, but I don't think it'll worry her. She's digging down on the cue ball. Another tidy shot there from Marion Jude, and this is what you come to expect from the French ladies world champion.
Fires it in.
I was going to say there's quite a bit of power in that, wasn't there?
Marion Jude gives France the lead. She's not going out there and playing her absolute clinical best, but what amazes me about her so much is that she doesn't ever let any mistakes bother her. I've never seen any reaction from her. You know, in the world final, she missed a pretty routine, simple 8-ball, and it was just straight back on next frame and just started making finish after finish after finish and taking it to Harriet. And the same thing in the shootout big pressure playing for her country. You know, she's made a couple of errors there, but just always right. Okay, next visit, I'll take him out next visit.
Yeah, wonderful attitude to have.
Geraldine Champagny comes out for France, trying to double the lead. It's Temple Larkins for Australia, and it is France with the break.
A softer hit than the previous break. Got a ball though.
Look at that, come right across it. Played it with about as much extreme right-hand side as you can, and that takes a lot of power and control away from the break. Still spinning now. Not the worst layout. Congested, of course, but not the worst. Teammates trying to cheer up, get her going here. Do feel they need to get a frame on the board early here. Don't want to allow France to settle in and pressure come off them. They'll start to flow and play their best stuff. Want to keep it tight, horrible, and tension out there as much as they possibly can.
Well, the Aussies are noisy, but they need something to cheer about.
Yeah, hard to be noisy, and when there's nothing to cheer about, you've got to kind of almost need the table to lead the cheers, and then the cheers will lead the table. Going anywhere with this visit. I wonder, if you drop this in, can you play the plant on the yellow with the red in the triangle area? No, not from there, I don't think. But this yellow might go off the cushion off the red. All very difficult. She's got something in mind here.
I think you could play the, like you said, the yellow off the cushion red and screw back a little bit and then play that plant.
Refuses to fall for her. I think she'd have been in trouble had it have fallen, because she had nowhere really to go. I don't think Geraldine needs to go here. Too easy to sort of come to the table and think, okay, I'll take the one to the bottom corner and then start to sort of work it out. But you've got the one bottom right that's awkward. I'd want to play that ball, whether you're going aggressive or not as a combination shot. I'd want to play that before I move the ball bottom left. Missed pot, but I think that may work out well.
Well, she lets herself an angle. Need a lot of siding.
Yeah.
Screw to get over there, and you don't know where the yellow's going to bounce.
Not really seeing it unless she can drop it in. I suppose she could drop it in and maybe just get above it and play the double to the corner. Double to the middle's not on. Yeah, that will do. I think she is on the double.
Handy bump into the red there. course, if you played a double and just don't have to do anything with the cue ball, you're going to get a long black into that top right-hand corner. That's close.
It's there. It's there.
Where did that finish come from?
That's very good. Well, she was dead and buried, actually, where she was left. I wasn't sure she could see the plant, let alone make it and make the clearance. But she is on this 8 ball. She is grimacing, but this is well within her range here. It's quite blind, though.
Yeah, she did win a very important game against New Zealand earlier in the quarterfinals today.
It's a little bit straighter than I thought. And right in the heart of the pocket. Temple Larkin's job done. Australia on the board. And now there's noise. They have something to shout about. They are up and running. And they're going to celebrate.
Pom-poms are out.
France will send out Colette Hendrickson. Australia will send out Lyndall Vine. So 2 of the top players coming out here for frame 3.
Well, Lyndall's Australia's shining star. Big match player. She's also played 9 balls. She's played around the world a bit. Very, very solid performer.
Decent break, that.
Yeah, I like it. For the yellows. Place a plant. That's going to be another one after this.
Judging it. Pace of the table for sure.
Yeah. Still that yellow at the bottom of the table that, I mean, you can get on it to pot it in that corner, but it looks really like it would rather be shifted.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather move it.
A bit high on this one as well, so I don't think she can avoid shifting things here. Well, she could just nip it in, but I suppose she might be on the bottom one here. That's an excellent shot. Now just hit the gap. She played the positional side of that visit really well, but just stepped too far with that pot. Picked it off well, though.
Yeah.
We're both calling for cannons and all sorts, and she's picking it apart. Tricky leave here for Colette. Not really a clean pot to go at. That's clever. Bump the red over and try and mess those 2 yellows together, knowing that the other red was going to do the work on the easy one over the corner. There was a lot of percentage play in that shot.
Also, that bottom red passes the yellow into the bottom right-hand corner as well, so everything is available for Colette should she get a chance. That's excellent. A great pot. Oh, I'll tell you what, I thought it was it.
It is in. It is in. You looked away too early.
I did.
I think Linda was walking back to her chair. I think she thought she missed. It did use it all.
It's all about, I was going to say it's all about the black ball, and she's missed that yellow. Well,
I was thinking just make that one clean and leave the angle just to float underneath it to top left. Not going to get that far. I think Colette will go here. I can't see her playing safe. Percentages here say go.
tremendous finisher was Colette as well. Nice angle there if you really wanted to be a bit greedy. Bottom and left hand side and kick that black away from the red. Or even play the red off the red in front of the black here now into the centre and move it out. Develops the black and makes it very easy into that middle pocket.
I really like that. You don't need to play it too firm, just firm enough to move it down and leave the plant. Decides to play it clean. So is there room? Doesn't look like there's enough room to get to the potting angle. There's one by the 8 ball.
And even if there was, you wouldn't want to leave it till last to get onto the black. Well, very strange shot selections for me.
Yeah, and me. A little bit fortunate to make the double kiss, but that's where the good news, as in to make the loss of turn. The yellow is fully on, obviously, and she's going to give herself some sort of shot at the 8 ball. It won't be a nice one, but it won't be a comfortable feeling in her chair hit for Colette.
Going to have to dig into the cue ball here, because if you just play this with straight top and firm, the cue ball's just going to hit that yellow and it's going to spin directly forward.
Did you just go cushion first? Just? Like use the big pocket? And that's what she's tried,
Yeah,
but
she did.
It was so tough to go that way.
Red will slide past the yellow over there as well into the bottom right hand corner, but again she still has the problem of that red ball next to the black. Yes, it will go up and down the lines, but really she should have moved it earlier. I mean, she can have a little go now. She wants to cut this in right hand side.
The way she's gone about this, she's just not concerned by the one by the 8 ball at all, which is such a surprise.
Maybe she thinks it's easy to knock that in.
Yeah. Now she's in trouble. Not being the best of decision making for me in this frame for Colette.
No.
A few choices that have just made things difficult for her. Normally so good at those sort of decisions, very good tactically.
Linda Levine will be sat quite happily there in her chair, expecting a chance. She's going to get it.
Yeah, cue ball in hand for a 2-1 lead. Ball's over 2 pockets.
This will get the Aussies fired up. Taking out Colette Henriksen as well on the way.
Yeah, this is huge. This is huge. This is exactly the sort of match that Australia wanted to see. And they are leading in this match as well. Linda Vine gets the job done. A gift for Australia. And they lead. They're going to send it over to Julia Ward to continue. See if they can make it 3 straight. Time for the French captain. Dorothée Chaussée comes out. We did see her briefly in the quarter-final, but only to run the clock down for 30 seconds at the end. Now she's coming out when her team really needs her.
Put a bit more into that break there, France, and it's a good split, but it's dry. And this is real opening.
This is wide open here for Australia now. 2-1 lead is one thing. If they go 3-1 here, all of a sudden, we've got the favourites under huge pressure.
Oh, it's at reds.
Yeah. Well, I get the feeling that she's come out here with a game plan to play that awkward frame, to make it messy, make it awkward. And whilst we can sit here and say they were open, it's worth going for a finish. I don't mind that game plan. In all honesty, it's not the best of shots, but I don't mind the game plan. Australia will be pleased to see that.
Yeah, that second red just being pushed behind the yellow. Get to the red into the centre and try and create an angle to move the two balls apart at the top left hand corner. He's got the pace.
Just needed a little bit more, didn't it? It was a nice idea. Probably could have done with a fraction more angle. Now she's potting herself into real trouble.
She's playing a containing shot there.
Julia should just come to the table and just play the loss of turn.
Absolutely.
And just continue to dominate this frame.
That's exactly what she's going to do.
Yeah. Dorothea's in a world of trouble here.
Wow.
Shake of the head, definitely did not want that to happen.
No.
Didn't want to make the red, certainly didn't want to push this red into a more awkward position whilst opening up the yellow. Goes flat from the French camp.
Yeah, I think there's genuine concern from France, especially after Colette Henderson went down. I mean, the French team, the way they set out their side, they like Marion to come out for their second session to push them on in a couple in front, not to be chasing the match from behind. Do they change it up? But
the team sheet I'm seeing at the moment, and this is subject to change because it's not locked in, but they have Anaïs Dehan going up next, then Colette, then Marion. That is not locked in, but that's how they're lining up. Obviously next frame is frame 5, so it will be Anaïs. It's just how they go with the next two, but I think going for that Marion will be a very good decision. You want to give your best players as many frames as possible, don't you? And if you put them too low down the order, there's no guarantee you get there. I think that would be a good way of going for France. I'd love to be doing that from 2-2 and not 3-1 down.
Yeah, you just cannot take that risk and put them at the back of the thing, thinking you know, we'll see if it goes right to the very end.
Well, it's an outrageously good pot, but there was 0 cue ball with that pot. And she's left the worst ball till last. Strange, really, when you're playing up there, because you're thinking that if I leave that yellow there, that red doesn't go and it becomes a problem, but it's the problem's hers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not going to hit it. It's going to be ball in hand.
Yeah. Decisions. For me, I like a loss of turn here, but if the 8 ball doesn't go bottom right, then you feel comfortable playing it. But I'd still want to play it with the cue ball. So I want to flick off the red, pop the yellow with the cue ball, and try and get the red to come back and block the 8 ball.
Well, she's definitely going to be playing that shot.
Just playing the straight loss of turn, though, so that obviously the 8 ball can't go here. But you don't want to give your opponent kind of free sight at it. You never know what can happen. Well, comes round to have a look. Does it go bottom left?
I think it might sneak in, but we've seen some big shots on blacks and all sorts of final balls today, but this would probably take the biscuit in the semi-final.
Oh, it does go. It does go. That is a dangerous shot that Dorothée has just played. Difficult to find. And now Dorothée has a chance to go and tie the scores up.
Should have just loved that cue ball just away from the black, just not be bridging over, playing that ball over the bag.
Honestly, I can't describe, and you probably had the same experience yourself, how easy you want it in pressure situations when
Absolutely.
you're playing for your team.
Well, the thing is, you can put some unwanted side on here and go all over the place. You know, especially if the arm's a bit shaky, because intense
There
pressure
you go.
missed the pot. Look at the
Absolutely
cue
called
ball.
it.
Wow.
Wow, played the snooker to get a better opportunity. Wow, what a moment that is. A poor one, no doubt about it. Dorothée.
It was a twitchy one, just bridging over that just did it. If I know Lyndall Vine should be fuming about that land.
Yeah. Good hit. Good hit, and I guess all that's happened by the exchange of those last 2 shots is you're just going to be asking Dorothée to make a better 8 ball, but you have to say France have been very, very fortunate.
Yeah. I mean, without potting that black out of snooker for Julia, that's the best result, to put it on the bottom rail. It's a great pot, and she has the angle to come down the table.
Did you not see the one to top left? I just saw top left, and then you've got half ball in the middle where you've just got to control the pace. This feels like a harder shot to get the pace right.
I'll tell you what, if she's just coming with side down the table, you've got to be careful of that corner pocket, unless she screws down the near side. Wow, she's missed it again over that bag.
That ball will not go in that pocket. It is unbelievable to miss that ball twice.
Is she going to let her get off the hook once again?
It's a tricky 8 ball, but
Dorothée can't believe it.
If you're Julia Ward, this is dreamland to have this.
Yeah.
And in it goes. Australia lead 3-1. Say that again. 3-1 Australia. Who saw this coming? Brilliant stuff from the Aussies.
Well, after the usual Marion Jude start from France, it's been all Australia, But my word, France have had some chances.
France have had a lot, none more so than Dorothée. She had chance after chance there and just did not play her best frame, no doubt about it. And you can see the difference in the two camps. France looking very down here. Can the Aussies continue here? 3 straight. Natalie Hatton goes out there trying to make it 4. Put them in dreamland here. Pure gave both top corner pockets a bit of a rattle, but stays on the table, importantly for the Australian ladies. It's a good layout, tricky first ball, you feel, but if this goes in, then there's a real chance.
Wow.
Tough one. I thought she was going to go to right centre, which would have been just as tough a pot, really, but I just thought that was the one she was going to be eyeing up. Anyways, Dehan for France coming out, playing at the back end of the order, frame 5. They started this match and went 1-0 up. I'm sure she would not have expected to be playing 2 frames behind. And they need her right now.
Just about to say that. She's going to be relied upon to drag the French back into this match, because 4-1 you can't be doing without with less than 20 minutes on the clock.
What would you do if you're Australia? So, you know, whilst Anais goes about trying to finish here, and she's got a really good chance. We're going into the second round of 5 games. I think we're expecting France to possibly go Colette and Marion 1 and 2 and try and get themselves right back into it. But what do Australia do with Lyndall Vine? Do they keep her in the middle? Do they put a third? Do they put her up against one of those two? Or do they put a third to try and kind of second guess what France are doing?
I don't put her first.
Yeah.
Because I feel that Marion's going to go out in first.
Yeah.
So if the French are going Marion and Colette, and bearing in mind the frame that Colette just played, I'd have Lyndall out again in second.
Yeah. That's true. That is true. It'd be an interesting decision for the Aussies for sure.
Well, it's your big gun.
Yeah.
You know, and she's undefeated. She won both her games.
But the argument
today.
The argument against, and maybe they wait till the end of this frame to decide. But if it goes 4-1, you know, they send her out. She makes it 5-1. It's essentially match over, really. I mean, you can turn it around, but you know, the time would be against them. Oh, that's a good match for France.
I'd still keep her away from Marion.
Yeah.
I just feel that, you know, why risk her against the world champion?
I suspect they're going to keep her in the position she was in, which was
Yeah.
third, which I guess it depends how the match goes, whether that's a good decision or a bad decision.
Marion's undefeated as well today.
Yeah. Just potted that on the thin side, and cue ball, wow, she's underhit it if she was playing it for the middle. All of a sudden, I thought she was actually perfect on that previous ball, just a touch too much angle.
Who do England want to play in the final?
Australia.
Of course they do.
They may not say it. We interviewed them, they may not say it. I'm telling you, that's the truth.
Yeah. The usual reply would be, oh, we're not bothered, we're just happy to be in the final.
Or, I'd love to take on the world team champions in the final.
Let's go, man, Heather.
Yeah. Well, Hatton for Australia.
Yeah, and this is her frame to lose.
Yep.
Annelise has potted herself into trouble. This is France's. Sorry, this is Australia's frame.
just put her in a gap.
Does it go? Might do. Can't get on the 8 ball from that angle, surely. Even if it does
having
go.
a look. It's one of those you try and convince yourself it does go.
Trying to hold it on the straight side of the pocket as well. I mean, it was only half a pocket available, but trying to pot it as straight as possible to hold the 8 for the 8 ball.
Let's go now. Come on, mate.
Come on, Ozzy.
Real calm has come around the arena. I think everybody out there, and everybody watching, realises how big a moment this is. How big a 4-1 lead would be.
Well, France weren't able to win this last year.
They weren't able to win a frame last year.
No, they 6-0, wasn't it?
6-0 Morocco.
Yeah, I did see that, an incredible result. Oh, my word. There's something wrong with that pocket.
That might be the smallest pocket on the
Dorothée
table right now.
missed twice up there as well, didn't she, in the last frame?
Tricky to get nicely on the 8 ball, but if you can catch this thin and a bit aside, you should be okay. Plain ball, I reckon you're getting into trouble.
Come with right hand side. That's a strange one. Got to be nipping out with a bit of left hand side and dragging it down the near side. Leave yourself a shot. Tell you what, it's not an easy one to hit. Got to now go with side off the bottom rail. Has a chance of flying it into the centre though, if you get it right.
Let's go now. Come on, mate. Come on now. Come on now.
Well.
Come on, you Ozzy. Come on, Harry. Come on, mate.
Not a good time for France to have a series of bad frames. They'll look back at their chances and be in disbelief at what they've missed. The Aussies will not care.
No, and I can hear, just heard Lindell in the background there. She's the one getting quite vocal, trying to push her team on.
Got to be careful here, it's the smallest pocket on the table.
Smallest pocket in the world.
Yes, mate.
Come on, mate.
Still 13.5 minutes left. Still time here, but 4-1 would take some turning around. And that is exactly what Natalie Hatton is looking at right now.
And that red's in. The thing with this next shot, if she's going to play the one into the middle, is the cue ball's pushing into that bottom red, which could even sail towards the black. There could all sorts of combinations of bad kicks here and kisses.
Could end up on nothing for sure.
Well, it didn't contact the black ball. It's not
ideal.
ideal.
No, really tricky.
Well, if she plays the cut, it's very thin and it's up and down the table, around the houses.
Come on, Nat.
Let's go now. Come on.
Could screw into the red at the bottom round, try and put the cue ball behind that one. I don't recommend that shot. Not with a bit of a shaky arm. So it's the cut we go.
Nowhere near, and not covered the pocket. It's not a full pocket here, but it is on.
This could be a big let off for France.
That's how tight it is. No problems. East Dehan survives a scare, and Australia have missed a massive opportunity to really separate and take control of this match. All of a sudden, it feels very tight. Kolot's reaction is exactly how everyone out there is feeling.
Yeah, and you look in the Australian camp and they're 3-2 up, but they look down.
So
Whereas A lot of fuse from the French.
Australia are sending out Temple Larkins, and it is Marion Jude, as expected. Undefeated today, the world champion. And without really playing her best stuff, just doing what's required. Time for her to come up with a big break clearance would be, well, absolutely what France need. Give them as much time as possible.
That's the best break of the night for me.
8 ball's gone awkward.
Just a split in the power in it.
You felt the strike, didn't you?
Yeah.
Really solid.
Yeah, that's more the break of a pro.
8 ball is a real problem, though.
That red will just bump off that black ball and knock it out if she can get on it, the one that's nearest to it.
Do you think you think you can play it off that into the middle?
I
think it's quite low.
I think you get it. I'm allowed to run out into the arena now, just borrow Marion's cue and play it.
I mean, you look at it there and it looks too low. You look at it here and you think, yeah, just about.
Yeah, the overhead's a bit of a teaser, isn't it? Can make balls look like they look a lot easier than they are.
Problem is she hasn't landed on anything but this one.
Ooh.
Come on, Tim.
Well, that's an unusual miss, especially like that from Marion. I'm going to say in a singles match she doesn't miss that ball at all, and I think the team thing, it's just you're carrying the weight of everybody on on her very young shoulders.
Changes everything, doesn't it? Completely.
Suspension called.
Approaching the last 10 minutes as well of the match, Simon.
Yeah, well, things get very dicey at 15 seconds a shot. Marion's going to get a second opportunity. The 8 ball's still a problem as we hear the beep for the final 10. When she missed that pot previously, a ball shaved past the 8 ball but didn't move it. At the time I was thinking that was to her advantage, but now I bet she wishes it had bumped it out. She does pot very well down the cushions, so I'll look to leave the 8 ball and just back herself.
It's a great shot. That plant had to be made as well. Trouble is, though, it's come out awkward.
Very awkward.
She put everything into that shot just to make sure the pot, by doing that, has pushed the balls into a bad position. She's gone for the double.
Nailed the double. Ooh. Now where? Now where? There is...
Very thin cut into the left-hand corner, I would imagine.
This is digging
the
very
French girl.
hard with her country on her back.
Obscene.
Okay. Now what? It's getting harder.
It's a double into the top left-hand corner. It's a very thin cut double, this. So you're playing sort of quarter ball, and I'll recommend playing this with a bit of right-hand side, so you push the angle a little bit wider. Call it a little bit thin.
This is close. This is close. It's not going to reach. That would have been outrageous.
Just look at these yellows.
Well, wow. Oh dear. Slow the match down here. Just play safe. She absolutely does not want to pot a ball here. Make Marion move the 8 ball.
I don't think Temple Larkin's going to get them any easier than the layout that she had there.
What are you thinking? No, I agree. What are you thinking here, Tony?
Middle bag.
Give it a good old hit, or you actually got control on it?
If you play this off the bottom rail, and when you come back up and you hit this black half ball, it can go into the side rail and into the left-hand middle.
It's close to the other middle. It's close to the other middle. It's close to the other middle. Outrageous.
Oh my God.
Absolutely outrageous from Marion Jude. A massive fluke and a massive moment France are all square somehow. I cannot believe what we have just seen.
That's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
And that is an absolute hammer blow.
Look at Kate Harrison's face. She looks distraught. Can't believe what she's just witnessed.
Well, Marion can't believe what she's just done.
I said it'd go in the middle, didn't I?
Well, she is undefeated today. That doesn't really tell the story of what we have just seen. But Marion Jude has done what she does so often, just in a little bit of a different way.
How big a frame is this now with Lyndall Vine out for Australia against Colette Henriksen?
The match is right here and now, isn't it? With the time left on the clock, the match is right here and now.
It feels like a one-frame decider right now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like you said. Lyndall to break. And she winds it up, going for a power one. And she made a ball. Yes, but it's the cue ball. Colette Henriksen's going to have first chance, ball in hand behind the line.
8 ball's a problem again. I'm not so sure in this environment, in this pressure, and in this format, that ball in hand and first visit is a great place to be, in all honesty. Nobody seems to be able to put the first visits away, and, well, I mean, it is what you want, but I'm saying that a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but Colette more than capable of taking these out, but they're far from easy.
France have got away with one or two, haven't they? Let's be honest.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
This is their destiny.
They've given away 1 or 2 as well.
We can't say it's not been dramatic.
I'm almost out of energy already.
Good shot.
Very good. She would have liked, I think, the red to sit on the 8 ball and really make a mess. And slow it right down.
There's incredible drama here in Blackpool. We've still got the final to come yet.
Yeah. England safely in the final, waiting for the winner of this match. Probably enjoying a nice little relaxing.
I was just about to say, England sat in their slippers with their feet up watching this, watching Australia and France going through the mill.
Yeah, I think they'd love to see it go all the way to a 6 red and really take the energy out of one of the teams. Lyndall's going here. She's got problems, but she's going. She has to play this red at the bottom off the yellow to open up the other red, and even then it's guarded.
Come on.
If I say that, does it go? The other red might go the opposite corner. The yellow's not over the middle of the pocket. That makes things easier.
I think it does.
And she did go for my original shot. Not the worst leave. Let's just come to the tape. Just take the loss of turn that's on offer here. She's not looking at it. Oh, she can't see the yellow to play it. I'll take that back. No point potting that one in the left centre unless she has an angle to come down and deal with the red over the pocket.
I think she does. And the black will go past that red at the top as well. I'm just having a little look at that. It's a great shot.
How about that for control?
Brilliant.
That is delightful. Didn't just thrash at it.
It's a half chance for Colette.
Yeah, half chance is right. In this situation, it is half a chance.
Rushed by the clock.
Yeah, she wanted to go for a wonder and really work it out. Didn't have that option. 4 minutes left. Don't think you can get to the potting angle here, so possibly feather it off the yellow. Oh, it did go. Oh, it did go. It's tough now, but
look at those 3 yellows should you miss. That's if you're playing. If you're Lyndall, you know, the concentration is all there, but you're still in the back of your mind thinking, if I miss, I've just lost this.
Worst thing she can do is knock the 8-ball out.
Where's the cue ball going?
Unless you get the snooker.
Oh my God.
You have to say Australia probably deserved a little bit of that after the previous frame, but it's still very much within Colette's scope here to clear up.
But it's an easy hit.
She'll be disappointed. She played it quite light considering.
This is tough.
Very tough. And this time she doesn't get the cover. This is the moment for Colette.
Look where Lindell's 2 reds are as well, though.
She being tempted to maybe try and nudge the 8-ball out first shot. If she played the plant, I think she could have found the line.
I'm not so sure. I think at this point,
just keep it simple.
Minutes, I'm going to get myself a shot at the black and pretty much an opportunity to get my country in the final. She does not want that one to go in. Oh, actually, wouldn't have been too bad. The white had just gone up enough. She's looking at the double. She's laughing and smiling.
It helps Colette here that the 2 reds are on the cushions, because she's not going to leave a great chance if she doesn't get the double right.
That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. Could not wish it'd be better. Put it there with your hand, you would.
Big moment for France. Very big. Colette Hendrickson follows Marion Jude and gets a frame on the board. And somehow, and I don't know how, I really don't, France are in front in this match, and they are all of a sudden in the driving seat, and you can see for Australia that all of a sudden it looks like it's a step too far.
I am bewildered by it.
That fluke from Marion Jude was so huge. You could almost hear the deflation coming from Australia. We'll have another look at it. I mean, absolutely outrageous.
That's won them the match.
It has won them the match for me. If she doesn't make that, Australia clear up there, they're not going to turn it around. That's the reality of it. And now they're 4-3 in front with a minute 56 left.
Dehan here wants a ball off the break. That'd be handy.
Yeah, she won her last frame as well to sort of stop the rot and get France going again.
And in these sort of matches, you get these freaky frames of pool and results.
Only in team pool.
Correct. Oh, she broke dry. This needs to be quick fire.
And it's not bad. These yellows are okay. Yeah, plant to the bottom right. Get that one out of the way. There's just one. It's not terrible. It does go bottom left, the one that's in sort of in the loose. The 3 in the middle, they all go. 8-ball's fine.
She might stop the white there, but it's okay. I thought for a split second she can stay behind the red.
I think she should have pulled it back though. I don't think this is a good angle. I think you want it to be higher on the top one. Because now it's slightly awkward. If you're higher on the top one, it's all simple, 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 and then you've just got one to the bottom corner to essentially win the frame, really, with what would be left. That's okay. What a shot that is.
Well, ball into the centre. I think it's going to have to be the ball at the bottom of the table over the bag next, and then that last yellow into the top left-hand corner, black where the yellow is over the back. That's your route.
Should be a natural to get there. Don't miss the simple yellow though. We were getting too far ahead of ourselves, and with 28 seconds left, France just have to pot a ball.
And then use the extension.
And that is it.
She hasn't used the extension yet.
Extension called.
There it is. Killed the match.
Yeah.
In its tracks. Wow.
Yeah, some ending really. So much drama through the match. It's almost a bit of a flat ending. Felt like Australia were going to get themselves to at least an 8-ball for a draw, but it's not going to happen. Australia have given us so much, but France are going to move on to the final. That shot from Marion Jude will live long in the memory. An absolute hammer blow to Australia, but credit them for turning it around all the same, and they will go into the final to take on England. It is the two favourites for the tournament that end up in the final. That's not really the full story, but that they are there and they are in the final.
All right, welcome back into the World Team Shootout, where we have our second finalists, and they are France. Anis Dale and Marion Jude. Congratulations. That was hard work.
Yeah, it was very hard. We was like 3-1 down. So honestly, we didn't play well at the start.
Yeah, 2-1 down. Yeah, 2-1 down and 3-2 down. I think it was. It was tight, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very tight. Yeah.
Marion, how big was your frame coming in?
Massive. But yeah, well, when I'm snook, like I just think just hit it hard and try to find a pocket.
Why don't you talk us through it? Because we have to see it again. I mean, this is. In that situation, you have no real other choice, really. You've got an easy hit. You've just got to give it every chance, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, just hit it hard and try to find a pocket if I can. Well, obviously it's not what I'm playing, but yeah, I've been really fortunate.
Yeah, the reaction was pretty special because you and the girls were going absolutely crazy here, and Marion almost can't look.
Yeah, trying to hide from this.
Those two frames, though, were so big, weren't they? And how important were Marion and Colette coming in to get you the lead back at 3-2 down? In comes Marion, gets that 8-ball. In comes Colette, wins the frame. Such a big moment.
Yeah, it was very important. This flip was come at the right time. Then we had Colette come on table, so we know she's a very solid player. And all I hope is she won the frame. That means all I had to do is play the time.
How were the nerves during that final frame when the Aussie players at the table and it's a pretty good chance to clear? Were you thinking, 6 red shootout?
Oh no!
Would you have been next?
I said, wow, I should maybe try a defense break or cut break, but I don't cut break, I front break, and I know it's very risky because she should have cleared it. So hope she missed. And
shootouts are about riding your luck sometimes, and you're into the final against England, the two pre-tournament favourites. Excited?
Yeah, of course.
Looking forward. Yeah.
What do you think will be the difference in this match? Because we probably have, at least on paper, the two best teams. Hello, Colette. well played. We've probably got the two best teams on paper, but this is such a crazy format. What do you think makes the difference in this one, Marion?
Well, I don't really know. It's all about the clock. That's obviously the main difference. So we never played England under this condition. So let's see how we get on.
Will it help a little bit that the race goes a bit longer? You've got more time to settle into the match, or is it still a bit white knuckle and hold on for dear life?
I think so will help us a lot because we're not used to the time clock. I think England, all of them play in Ultimate Tour. I think so. So they are used to. Us, we're just used to since this morning, except Marion.
It's worked so far.
Not really used to it, but.
Well, look, guys, we're going to let you go and get ready. Congratulations on the semi-final win and best of luck for the final. And that is coming up for you very, very shortly. France versus England for the World Team Shootout title coming up. Welcome back. Simon Webb, Amy Beecham join me in the studio to preview our final. England versus France is not too far away, and crazy though it seems, our two tournament favourites are in the final. That doesn't usually happen in the shootout.
It doesn't usually happen, and I don't think it really tells the full story. I feel like both of them have got away with a few. I don't think either team has played particularly near their best to be able to make it through, but also I think that sums up shootout pool. I don't think it's easy to play your best. I don't think it. I said in commentary on that last match there, I just felt like, getting a ball off the break and having first chance almost in this format feels like it's the wrong thing, because you want to do what you normally do, which is go for the finish, but you're getting yourself into trouble, you're chasing bad finishes, and all of a sudden the frames get away from you. I just think this is such a volatile format. It's such a tough format to play well. I don't really know what can happen from here.
Yeah, and champs, you can see it out there, can't you? Because we know these are some of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
But they're absolutely not playing like it. With all due respect to them, it's under that pressure. There's an element of team pool. There's an element of brand new conditions for the format. But there's also, it's just a shootout, isn't it? You're under such pressure right away.
Yeah, I'd get in trouble if I said loads of them weren't playing very well, but I guess you get away with it.
Well, you're here to analyse. We can absolutely take that from you.
It's all relative, isn't it? Because we know how good they are.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think actually a lot of the frames I've watched, the breaks have come out really awkward. I you know, too many people use that silly cut break and don't hit it very well. And balls just go to one side of the table, and then you've got a frame that's tied up. And when you are under pressure and the frames go awkward, no one wants to risk going for a massive finish. A lot of people don't want to risk going for a massive finish. They think, tie it up, be sensible, and then we kind of get dragged into a lot of frames that are hard work to play.
Yeah, is that the big difference, Si? I mean, I know you've played for England. You know, when you are out there, does it change the mindset? Because I mean, probably not right to ask you, because I know you were a criminally negative player when you played by yourself, but. You know, it must change it a little bit, because you're not just playing for yourself, are you?
It strangely does, because you go out there and you have weird thoughts that come in your head. Like, you know, if you're playing your own match, you see a finish and you might think, well, I fancy this. For whatever reason, it might not be the percentage play, but I fancy it. But if you do it in a team game, then you're thinking to yourself, this might not be the right percentage shot, but I fancy it. But then if I don't get it, all of a sudden my team are going to give me some, you know, it feels like it's the wrong thing to do. But in reality, what you should do is do what you'd normally do. You should try and play your natural game as much as you possibly can for the situation. I just think this situation probably lends itself to being a little bit more on the controlled side. Maybe try and force your opponent to go for that low percentage finish and then try and do a bit more mopping up.
You know, we've just seen France. They've got themselves through a semi-final with Australia. If you weren't with us earlier, England came through against Scotland. We'll show you their squad list, but we'll also show you how they've done today, and this is an interesting one. Captain Barbara Taylor still yet to win a frame. She's 0-3, and ever consistent Harriet Haynes, the gun player, 3 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, the big one for me when you look at England's squad list has to be Barbara Taylor with 0 from 3. Obviously, you know, we talk about France having their 2 gun players and a good squad, 2 gun players. It's the same for England. They've got 2 gun players and a good squad to go with it. You know, but one of their gun players is not playing very well. Barbara's struggling. She hasn't won a frame yet. Whereas France, okay, Colette lost one in that match, but by and large, they've won pretty much every single frame they've played. Marion certainly 4 from 4, so she's going well, albeit there was a massive fluke in there as well. But I think for England, they're going to need Barbara to stand up and actually, because she goes out there early as well, they'll need Barbara to turn up in the final.
Do you think there's a selection headache potentially for England? Because they've got so many good players. They've all played a frame. They've all shown what they can do. I think it's only Barbara and maybe Sophie Gibbs, who's played 1 frame, didn't win it, who haven't got a frame on the board. It's a nice problem to have, though.
Yeah, I think there's 2 sides to it. I think 2 sides to the argument are that it's a final, you put your best players out and you back them to turn up when it matters, which Babs is certainly capable of. We know she's a big game player. But England do have the depth in the squad to say, hold on a minute, we've got a player that's struggling. What message is it sending that we're not going to back the other players in the squad to come in and step up? So yeah, I think it is a headache, and nice one to have in some ways, but also there is a not nice element to it as well when you've got players waiting that are very capable.
I don't think, because Barbara's captain, I don't think she's going to drop herself, but do you think she should move herself in the order if she's not going to drop herself? Because we know that they've been going Harriet and Barbara 1-2. Yeah. We know that Marion's been starting for France. Do you think there'll be any game playing? Do you think there'll be any changing of order? Maybe switch it around and put Barbara up to 1 and let Harriet go 2, so if it is Marion versus Barbara and it doesn't go away, you've still got Harriet to go straight on afterwards.
I'm not sure, and to be fair, I don't think Millsy is here, who's the England manager for them, so I think he picks the team more than Babs to try and take that kind of pressure away and just let it go out and play. And at the same time, there is an element of gameplay, but you also think, I've got some of those players in the world here, I'm going to back them to go out and beat anybody in 1 frame. So it gives you another headache in a way.
And for me, the counter-argument to the one I just made was, if they send out what they normally do and they send out Harriet first and then Barbara second, and Harriet gets the win over Marion, and then Barbara goes out and finds her form, all of a sudden England are 2-0 and the world champion's already been and gone, so all of a sudden France are on the back foot. So you can kind of see it both ways.
But again, we can argue the point and say, if Harriet goes out and loses to Marion, and then you bring in a big player that's actually struggling,
but this
we could go on all night.
Yeah, this is what they've been talking. Yeah, this is what they should be just trying to figure out. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, and I don't think they will, but if they throw a complete curveball and switch the order completely around and say, let's completely flip it. You know, maybe send out somebody else that's won a frame or 2 for England and move Barbara right down to the bottom of the order, and then you could end up with Barbara, Harriet, Barbara in a run of 3.
loads of conundrums
Yeah.
for the captains to solve, and it's not too far away from time to solve them. Before that, though, it's prediction time, folks. It's a longer race, we should say that.
Yeah.
That's the one thing to mention. I think 70 minutes on the match clock, and we go to a race to 8. Yeah. So we will have 3 sets of players. So we have 15 frames, race to 8. Who's winning?
I think France is going to win. I think France, whenever you win a tournament, you always have a match you get away with. And for me, France have just got massively away with it. As much as I've ever seen, to be honest with you, in recent times, they should have lost that match. They got away with it. The relief will be there now. I think they're going to turn up and play really well in the final, and I think France win. I think they might even win by a couple here.
Yeah, I had to go with France as well, and I think we talk about momentum a lot during matches, but also in tournament play. France have won a good few tournaments lately. They've beaten England a few times, and I think it'd be a big result if England can win here going into this week, but yeah, I think I have to go with France.
Do you think the result here as well will have a statement for the World Team Championships that will happen, that whichever team wins it, 'cause they're going to be the 2 favourites for the World Team Championships as well, and this might be a statement, especially if England beat France, who are the champions?
Especially with it being a longer race, yes.
Yeah.
If it was the way we saw this afternoon in a 40 minutes first to 6, possibly not. But more so now that it's a longer race, and I think even the same as I think the World Final is the same sort of format. So yeah, definitely.
It's so big, this game. The 2 finalists from last year's World Team Championship meet in the shootout. France are the reigning world and European champions. England would like their revenge, and they would like it right about now. It's live when we come back. All right then, it is time to dance in the World Team Shootout Final. It's England versus France, and it's time to find out who's going to lift the first crown of a very busy fortnight. You can enjoy it in the company of Simon Webb and Amy Beecham.
Thanks, Stephen. It's time to find out if France, the World Team Champions, can add the World Team Shootout title to their CV. They have a very strong England side in their way. 15 times World Team Champions England. But it will be France to get us underway. And we were discussing, Amy, in the studio there, what would England do, what would France do? France have made no changes at all. It's the same lineup from the semi-final. It's Marion going out first, and England are sending out the same side they had this afternoon, sending out Harriet first, Barbara second, Megan third, which they've done on repeat.
Yeah, I think that there were 2 ways to go, like we talked about, but I don't think it's any surprise that your 3 best players and your first 3 out there. Harriet and Babs on what they've won, and Meg on form is the best 3 players in the team right now.
Yeah, the big question mark is, can Barbara find her form? But that's for frame 2. Frame 1 is very much about Marion and Harriet. But it's going to be Harriet that has the first chance, and it is a mini rematch of the World Final. And this is where I was sort of talking out there in the studio about playing the occasion and the situation and the player. I think, Harriet's going to want to take it on. And for Marion, I think if she's clever, unless Harriet takes out a very tough finish here, and it is tough, I think Marion could end up doing a mop-up job.
Yeah, and we know that Marion, we've talked about how good Marion's brain for the game is. She is aggressive, but she knows the shots. She won't force anything unless she has to.
Only thing I'd say against that is that it felt like she was forcing it. I feel like the shootout was kind of making her force it but I think she's now had 4 frames of experience out there at shootout, Paul, and
she's 4 out of 4.
Oh, she's 4 out of 4, and it's still going okay. Although, if you weren't with us, the fluke she had to win her 4th, which, let's be honest, completely changed the match in the semi-final, was simply outrageous.
We all need one of them sometimes.
Yeah. France definitely needed it, and they absolutely got it.
So you think their name is on the trophy because of getting away with one?
I just don't think France will play as badly as they did in that match. They missed so many chances, and they gave Australia a lot of chances themselves. I think France will play better here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that means the name's on the trophy, but sometimes you do feel if you get away with one, that maybe it is.
Absolutely. Do you think the yellow on the right hand side with the 2 reds does double now, but there is an additional problem with the yellow on the left side now. Marion's covered the bag.
Yeah, and Harriet's dealing with all the other balls first, so she's going to leave 2 problems late.
Yeah.
I'm all for being aggressive, but I'd like to have seen the bottom end dealt with before you worry about these ones. This is going to be tough.
Is this a loss of turn?
I think she wants to make the combination. I mean,
Okay.
why would you pot all the yellows at the top if you're going to then just to play the loss of turn that you could have played first shot?
Yeah, true.
So he's gone for the combination and he's not got it.
She'll say she played the loss of turn though.
Yeah, well, it's a sort of, I guess.
But I
like,
think if you play the loss of turn, you put the white in the bottom corner, don't you,
Yeah.
rather than play it with screw.
I wonder if Marion could play the double loss of turn and float the cue ball to the top right corner. She's not playing that. May not quite be on. Good pot though, and I don't think she's being aggressive here. I think this is a pot to play safe.
Yeah, definitely.
Cue ball in hand then for Marion, and I like another loss of turn here.
Yeah, she's looked at it straight away. She is coming round to look at other options, but it was the first thing she looked at.
Play the loss of turn and just try and get the cue ball into a nice safe area of the table.
Yeah.
Well, she's not going to play it. She may be thinking about going here.
Yeah, if the red that's... I'm not sure about this shot, but no, she's playing the snooker.
It's a good shot.
Yeah.
Bumping that out. Hoping to get another cue ball in hand.
Yeah, she's got it very tight to that red, so this is a tough hit for Harriet. It's a good shot.
Oh, what a result that is. Excellent shot from Harriet Haynes. Good reply. What a fascinating tactical exchange here in the opening frame.
Yeah. And I think you would give the tactical edge to Marion if you had to pick one.
Yeah, I agree. I think Harriet's got so much better at it. I think that's really improved in her game over the last year. Playing on the pro ranks last year, I think really helped her.
This is a chance to go if Marion wants to.
It is tough if she wants to go, though. It's a gamble.
Yeah. I'd be bored of playing safe by now, so I'd be going.
Yeah.
Okay.
For me, I think 0-0 race to 7, you go there. But I think in this situation, I'd have been tempted to pull back even more.
0-0 race to 0-0 race to 8.
Well, but yeah, not quite what I mean. But it's a fair point. It is a fair point, actually. The good news here for Marion is the 8 ball is completely sewn up.
Yeah.
And there is still the yellow on the right-hand side, so 2 big problems for Harriet. Three problems.
Yeah, well, solved one. Ball now goes in the middle, but
in the middle. Does this squeeze in?
I think it might, but the black is obviously the 8 ball, so it's still a problem. Okay, lost the turn, tried to play a snooker.
Playing the loss of turn there for me, you've got to get the snooker, otherwise she's down massive second favourite for the frame, even if she does get the snooker.
If I was going to play the loss of turn, actually, I think I probably wouldn't have played for the snooker, but tried to get the yellow right over the bag, leave awkward bridging, and say if you get them, then you kind of get them, make it as difficult as possible.
Marion's just decided to go. Could have been a lot kinder. It was a good shot, not rewarded. All of a sudden, things look good here for Harriet. She was, to me, it felt like she was in trouble, but not sure how Marion gets out from here.
She's down pretty quickly, so maybe she's straighter on this than we think, and she can screw back into them. I think that's what she tried.
Not sure that shot was on.
No. This is still awkward though here for Harriet. This needs to be a good shot.
Debating what they would do if they were out there. That was difficult. In all honesty, it wasn't that easy a shot to figure out. A little bit fortunate for Marion to leave it that awkward with a ball over each pocket. Still expected Harriet to knock him in. Might have to play this red off a red. Not great. Not great at all.
Does the red go in the middle, or does she have to play it long?
I think the red does go in the middle. She's taking it long though. And this time it's easier for Harriet. This time she should get it.
Yeah.
You can see what Marion was thinking. Make that pot and try and get low, play the back double, but that was a tall order.
Yeah.
And it's first blood to England. Harriet Haynes winning a drawn-out frame over Marion Jude. Two of the best players in the world, taking about 10 minutes there. Shootout pool. It's it gets messy.
I don't think either of those would like that frame on the highlight reel, but Harriet will be buzzing to get the win. And is that Harriet undefeated today as well?
Harriet's undefeated now. First one that Marion's lost. She's won 4 out of 5, and Harriet's now 4 out of 4. France will send out Geraldine Champagny. England, as we've talked about, will send out Barbara Taylor, who has yet to win a frame today. Former world champion, the England captain, struggling. How about this? Good break from Barbara.
Yeah, it's a great chance. Just one difficult yellow.
It won't be that bad for a double. And there's a ball there if she wants to try and break it out. So
does the double go, or is the red?
I think it's okay.
Okay.
Well, this is the ball that you'd have used to break it out. Red might be in the way on second thoughts. might be a touch straight if the plan was to try and break it out off this ball.
Yeah. I think if you just off straight the wrong way, you potentially screw back into the red and clear the path for the double. You'd still have a choice of 2 balls afterwards.
That'll do. Moved it just far enough, I think.
Yeah, I think it does go now. Slightly off angle on this one in the middle.
Geraldine just watching on. Can't do anything till you get to the table.
Perfect.
Yeah, very clever shot. Move the yellow into a position where she can now play the breakout. Not guaranteed to be on a ball when she does play the breakout, but she has a chance. And that's no good. Got into that way too much. And showed her frustration as well.
Yeah, and she's right to be frustrated. Obviously, she wants to do a bit for the team, and it'll be bugging her that she's not contributed yet.
And she's probably had her team in her ear saying, "No, we believe in you. You know, you go out there and do what you do." But at some point, you don't feel like you're doing anything to help your team win, and it is a frustrating feeling.
Yeah.
And she becomes a good second favourite for this frame. Geraldine taking that opportunity to get a red out. That was awkward. Has left a look at the yellow, but not much you can do from that one.
No. All I would say is I think you can play to flick the yellow off the cushion, get it in play, put the white on the bottom rail and put the pressure right on, 2 balls in open play.
Yes, gets this right. Shouldn't leave much of a
No.
pot on. There might be tough ones up the table. That'd be about it.
Sensible shot.
There is a big area of the table here for Geraldine, though, so she is still favourite for the frame, but good shot required. You can almost take this pot on to the top left, because you know you should be. I think there's enough angle. You're just tracking into the safe area of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the finish is on here. You nail that ball.
She actually dropped it in a little bit more dead weight than I thought she would. I thought she'd get a little bit higher up the table.
I agree. Yeah, I'd have been looking to be playing one of the 2 reds in the middle next. I think she's still going to be aggressive. Has she got? No, sorry.
I was going to say there wasn't much room for that one.
No, has she got enough of the bag to block the yellow, or is there a gap?
I think she has.
Yeah, it looks tight, doesn't it?
Yeah, from the overhead camera it looks like they're squeezed in, but from the main camera it doesn't look like there's much chance. And it didn't, and that is a disaster for Barbara. Play the plant first and then go. I know the red's a little bit out from the pocket, but you don't want to. The reason I wouldn't want to play it late was you don't want to be playing on the ball you're playing as a plant.
Yeah, I think if you've got enough, I think probably the plant first is the right shot. But I think on these tables you can kind of double kiss the plant in rather than have to actually make it at any angle. So
for me, it's like it takes the worry of ending up behind the yellow or the red spitting away out of play, because you've got the ones up the top to get yourself back in shape.
Yeah, I'd want to be quite straight on the, because of where the yellow and the black are. I'd want to be straight on the plant and then be looking to play the kind of double kiss in rather than make it and come across and try and land. So I'd like to have been a bit straight on this, but. This can go wrong.
It can go wrong, but I quite like the fact that the cue ball's going to float more than the red is, so she'll go past the yellow.
Yeah. You should come in the gap if she hits it well.
Tough shot though.
Yeah.
That's why I liked it first. Yeah, nice shot. It's a little thin here.
Yeah.
It will cut.
But as long as you make the pot, you should have a shot on the black because it's got no blockers.
Nicely onto the 8 ball. A little bit worried about the in-off, really digging here.
Yeah, you have to cue this properly. It's easy to decel on under pressure. Well done.
Played nicely, very good finish from Geraldine. And France are on the board, and Barbara continues to struggle. 4 from 4, she has lost. The England captain, the former world champion. It will be interesting to see what England do when we get to the second round of games. They have a decision to make with Barbara and her form. But the match itself is going to roll on. Megan Proctor, who's been in great form over the last few days, making her first, or her second and third Women's Pro Series finals. Coming up just short, but a great return to form for her. She's taking on the ever impressive Colette Hendrickson. And it will be Colette with the break. It's a good one, but it's a messy one.
Yeah, and that last roll with the yellow and red at the top of the table have just ruined it. Otherwise, I think decent chance on reds. There is still I think it is still a decent chance. Colette's a very intelligent player. I think she'll be going for these.
Is she thinking about pulling back? Could go. And there is a possibility of dealing with the issue at the top left. But well, she is going to go, but it's just as a double.
Yeah, I don't really understand that shot because she was on balls at the top of the table that were easier, and that had plenty of room to get back on in the corner.
I also like that ball as your last ball if you get there for the 8 ball.
Yeah.
I think she had enough angle to go top right and play the cannon, or she could have rolled in the top right and then possibly flicked off a red and played the plant. There's options there.
Also, if the cannon didn't work out when she played it, she then had another ball to land on at the bottom of the table. So I think, not very often that I think Colette plays the wrong shot, but that potentially was one of those for me.
That was a really aggressive shot from Megan, and it could have come out so much better for her.
Yeah.
Feel a little bit hard done by.
That's it,
That was not a good shot. Push shot has been called, and it will be ball in hand here for Colette.
Can't see any mistakes from Colette here. 2-1 to France incoming.
going through this very smooth, as expected. Maybe just a touch too aggressive for Megan. She was unlucky with the way the shot came out, but she was going to have problems down the table, even if she got the shot perfection at the top of the table.
There was an obvious loss of turn that would have taken control of the
Yeah,
frame.
agreed.
But I've never criticised someone for feeling confident and going for a finish. As tough as it was an opportunity to go. So surprised at that shot from Colette. Thought she'd have made this black a little bit easier. A little bit of a tester now into the middle.
A test that she has failed.
It was a shot before for me. I think she could have been a lot better on that 8-ball.
Often the way, isn't it? If you were offered that 8-ball to win any frame of ball, you'd take it. But when you feel like you should be better on it, all of a sudden there's just that hint of negativity in your mind.
Yeah, that's what I tell myself when I play a bad shot to get on a ball. Is just that exactly what you just said.
This is okay.
This is still gettable.
This is still good.
This is still the pot. Yeah.
It could go yellow off 8-ball, but it's delicate. Could play safe, and then you're risking.
Yeah, if you play safe, you have to not leave a one cushion.
Yeah. Very good. Thought that might be a touch too low to be able to play it that firm, and you thought might have had to feather off it, but she was in complete control and played it well. She'd be disappointed actually with the angle that she had, that she didn't flick a yellow into a better position on the left-hand side. But she can still work those out.
What's your choice here? Do you screw into it? Try to? Is it on?
I don't
have
think.
to play it down the rail.
If you leave it last, it's your last. It's your last ball, isn't it? Because you'd be going bottom, top, bottom. If you can screw into it, I think I would.
Yeah.
She tried.
She tried, yeah, because it is a strange angle, isn't it? You don't want to be playing the one on the rail last.
You have to play that one a lot slower and let that spin really grip and just bump it up. Even if you end up with it only into the top pocket, or even only a safety, you've got to. If you're going to move it, you've got to move it.
Yeah.
Just saw Leanne Cragg watching on. She'll be up a little bit later.
You have to commit here. Whatever you're going for, just great shot. Great shot.
How about that? Commit, absolutely.
A practice partner told her that.
And this is nice. This is a nice, comfortable shot.
Yeah.
How about this for a pot? She's clever where she leaves the cue ball as well.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have been a good 8-ball, but that was some pot. What a finish from Megan. Absolutely brilliant. And now England bring the noise. They're back in front. That pot deserved to win any frame. Huge moment for England. Every frame is worth so much. It's so valuable. And France need their squad to deliver now. Their two big guns have both lost, and they're 2-1 down. England send out Sophie Gibbs-Nichols, who's just played the one frame today. Didn't play in the semi-final. Big moment for Sophie. She's taking on Anaïs Stehan.
Great break. Are the two reds together a plan?
They look like they're set to the jaw, but I do think it can be made. Yellows are good though.
Yeah, I think there's an argument for both here. Especially if the plant's not on, then yellows are the balls. Perfect.
Sophie didn't have a great run at the Pro Series this weekend, but she had a really big win. Sorry, Amy.
You're not though, are you?
I am, but I do. The reason I mention it is that I think it was a really big win for her to sort of believe that she can beat anybody in the world. You know, managing to beat yourself, 5 times world champion, and I think that was needed for her to believe that she can kick on and make the next step in her career. Really.
Well, I'm glad I could help. No, Sophie played really well against me, and I wasn't quite where I needed to be. And Sophie's been here before. She's got the experience. She's a very, very solid player. So I don't think, she didn't play a great frame this afternoon, but I don't think it'll bother. I think she can put that out of her mind and take this finish out comfortably. And I think if you had to pick the 5 strongest out of the 7, take current form out of it, Sophie would always be in that 5.
Yeah. Lovely shot. He's on the awkward one on the cushion. Still needs a good positional shot. Be great if she could screw straight back out and not touch the other yellow.
Yeah, I think she can. Just doing the right thing and taking her time, making sure what she wants to play. Doesn't like it.
Couldn't quite get past it.
In trouble now. She's left side of this one in the middle for Anai, so comfortable starter.
Not necessarily a great angle. Oh no, she has. You're right. So we'll find out about that plant in a minute. Either going to take it on and make it or play safe, you feel.
Well, I think she actually has a great angle to just top into the 2, does she, and still be on the one at the top, nearest the top row.
I wonder if she might slide by it. Mind you, sliding by it would be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, just as you called. Still needs that one good positional shot to get to that red at the bottom nicely.
Yeah.
Wouldn't really want to be playing it from the middle of the table, although that would be okay. If she could get the gap that we can see there, that'd be even better. But you feel middle of the table is probably the right way to go with these reds.
Yeah.
That's not the best. Either get onto the one nearest the top right straighter or get on the one on the top cushion with angle. She's done neither.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if she was straight enough just to top through and put the white somewhere near the jaws to play the one across, but
I'd be tempted to play safe now. Just try and get behind the red nearest top right hand corner. I know there's a risk, but that seems to be the most likely shot.
Yeah.
Oh, she's short. Test of queuing here for Sophie.
Yeah, I think you almost have to hit it firm so you get contact on the red rather than kind of just thin it and lose the white. You want to be kind of almost stunning into the red, move it out the way.
There's the yellow going. It's not going to reach. Tough one that for Yeah. Sophie should have been pleased to get the chance, but it was a tough test.
Yeah, if you could have just played the pot normal plain ball, I think I'd fancy her to get it, but you did have to fully commit to the cannon. Prefer the high angle or the low angle for the last red?
I think I prefer the high one,
yeah.
Just because I feel a bit more control on it. Not necessarily that high, but that's okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Anais is one of the taller players, women's players, so I think she'll reach this pretty far.
Lovely. Anyway, Stahan ties the scores up once again. Good chance in there for Sophie Gibbs-Nichols not to beat. And we're all square once again, edging along to a dramatic finish, you feel. Cragg now gets to play. She comes out for frame 5. And England, it's the skipper, Dorothée Chaussée, that comes out for France. Didn't play the best of frames in the semi-final. Had a few chances that got away from her. Her only real frame today did go out there in the quarter-final match, but only for the final 30 seconds, just to enjoy the win. She'll be hoping for better here, and she has the break. What a break. Break of the day. Interesting here. If the yellow on the break line goes through the gap of the reds, I really like yellows because of where the 8 ball is. But reds look the most obvious.
Yeah.
But I just think that and I think it does go as well. Do you think I'd have gone yellows? I think I'm sensing you disagree.
Yeah, I think I'd have gone reds. Just, I think there is plenty of room to get on the 8 ball. But yeah, very much dependent on whether that first yellow did go.
Yeah, it does look tight. I think it could be made, and if you had to drop it in, then you wouldn't have a good connection to the next ball. But if you could, if it flies in, and you could have just pulled it back to the middle of the table.
Yeah.
I think the back end of the yellows is obviously it connects to the 8 ball better. Oh, and it does go as well.
And this isn't the ideal angle. It's a little bit thinner than I think you'd want.
You have to get quite a bit of left-hand side and say top side of these yellows here, but not go too far and snooker yourself. Tricky little shot coming up.
Yeah, no, I'll give you this one. You were right.
Thank you very much. I'll get one today.
Yeah, well done. So now a great chance for Leanne to take these out. I think Craggy at her best flies through these, so this will show us how she's feeling. Not even going.
Good control.
Great shot, mate.
Leanne didn't play in the semi-final win over Scotland. Just the one frame in the quarter-final win over Ireland.
Come on, mate.
Slightly tricky here for Leanne, but having the 8-ball blocked is a really good helper here.
Yeah. But it was a better chance previously, wasn't it, if you wanted
Agree.
to be aggressive?
Yeah, I don't think she should be aggressive here, but I don't see a good safety.
No.
But if you choose to be aggressive, just don't move that yellow until you've dealt with the yellows at the top of the table. Just try and float down behind the 8-ball here for me. Just
Yeah, I
even
mean,
if you don't get it, you're still odds are in your favour, because to pop those 2 reds, yeah, guaranteed. But to get on the 8-ball, so slim. So can Dorothée get onto the 8-ball? No other choice but to go. Marion keeping a keen eye on proceedings. You put the pressure on here, just float down to the bottom cushion and play the loss of turn, leave the 8-ball over the pocket, and ask a massive question of Leanne.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. The other thing would be to try and long double the black and get it into the bag where the red is. But yeah, she likes your choice.
Can't leave the cue ball tight on the bottom cushion now with this much angle.
No. Still won't be leaving a nice shot, and you can't imagine Leanne Craggy's feeling that good after only playing 1 frame all day.
Yeah, she did win the frame though.
Okay.
That's clever. So she tried to get the 8-ball there and leave the cue ball on the bottom cushion. The problem is it gives Leanne a way to play safe if she wants to.
Yeah. Just the way she played that, actually, if she'd hit it a bit firmer, then potentially a chance to make it, yeah. I still don't like playing all-out safety there because it is still only a 1 cushion. I think you could have put the white there while attempting a pot at the same time, and if you make the first pot, then you've got an absolutely makeable finish.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. It's always uncomfortable leaving something like this.
Yeah.
It does feel like a tough hit though. I know it's only a... Well, she can see it. She's going to try and cut it from here. This is razor thin.
Well, you think if you hit it, then it's in.
If you hit it.
Yeah.
No more safety now then. Leanne Cragg has the chance to get her side back in front. Pretty routine, this one, other than the pressure of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, Cragg has been here plenty of times before, and she's won plenty of big frames. I don't think this will bother her too much.
Time for the sides to make their decision on the second round of games. Big decision to be made over Barbara Taylor. Don't think France will do too much of a change. nicely done here from Leanne. Should be job done.
Yeah.
And England take the lead at the right time. First round of games have come and gone. England have edged it 3 frames to 2. We'll take a short break for the conclusion when we come back. Welcome back. Harriet Haynes ready to get us underway. Frame 6 of the World Team Shootout final. Narrow lead for England, 3 frames to 2. Oh, very nearly our first golden break of the competition. The squad lists are in. There's been a couple of minor changes. Well, major changes, in fact, for England. Barbara Taylor has remained in the list, but she's moved down a spot to 3rd. Still the same front 3 for England, though. Harriet will go first, Megan Proctor 2nd, Barbara Taylor 3rd. But they have switched it out. Sophie Gibbs-Nichols comes out, as does Leanne Cragg, who just won a very good frame. Kirsty Clunkson and Sarah Waite come in for England. France have kept the same 5. They've just switched the top 2 around. Geraldine out there now. Marion Jude will come in 2nd. Colette Hendrickson 3rd. Annalise Dehan 4th. Dorothée José 5th.
Harriet working a bit harder than I think she needed to for this finish. Just I don't think the pattern's been quite as tight as it potentially could have been, but still fancy her to take these out.
Yeah, remains in good position. Oh, cue ball. Is she on it?
Jaws. I think she might be okay because the yellow is a little bit upwards from the pocket.
Yeah, she's okay. Just eyeing up the angle. Not sure she played it, but she'll take it. For the break clearance and a 2-frame lead. And a 2-frame lead it is. First time we've seen any team in the final win 2 straight frames. England have got them both and lead 4 frames to 2. Nothing Geraldine Champagnet could do. Don't get to the table. Hand it over to your teammate. Marion Jude up next. Megan Proctor for England. France were there in the same position in the semi-final and turned it round. So they've done it before. Still a long way to go in this final, of course. It's a race to 8 rather than 6 for the final. We still have plenty of time on the match clock.
Is it still just 10 minutes? Sorry.
Yeah, just 10 minutes at the end,
yeah.
15 seconds a shot. Here's the world champion to get us back underway. And she hits a fabulous break herself.
Marion did tell me that she reckons she's been to the gym today working on her biceps, so maybe she wasn't lying.
Thin cut in the right centre or one into the top left. It's slightly awkward, but if you can get in on the yellows, you've got a good chance.
Yeah, I think she'll get these. I think she'll want to respond to Harriet's break finish.
What about the yellow by the 8 ball?
If she can play this plant in such a way where she can get the white off the rail, I think you can screw into it if it doesn't go to the top right. does look to be a little bit of a gap between the 8 ball and the yellow, so maybe she'll just pump it in the top corner now.
Lovely shot.
It's really annoying how good she is at pots like that. Under pressure, just pumps them in.
She just has a brilliant all-round game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Many, many titles ahead in her career. Slightly hampered, slightly off angle. She's not going to leave herself an absolute sitting 8 ball. Just give yourself one to cue in. That's what she's done. Well, she's on it better than I thought she'd get on, actually. I thought she'd be a bit further to the right-hand side. This is fine.
I think she was being a bit dramatic and then just
adding to the tension. Yeah, adding to the tension.
Playing for the crowd.
What a response from Marion Jude. Her team needed her to turn up, and she has. Lost her first frame of the tournament in the first frame of the final. Responds with a break clearance. Responds to Harriet Haynes' break clearance, and we're back to just a 1-frame game. And she's going to turn it over to France's other big gun. Colette Hendrickson comes out now for France, taking on Barbara Taylor, who has yet to win a frame today. A massive frame coming up in this final. I have to say, those 2 frames are the 2 best frames in terms of first visits we've had in the whole tournament. They've both just stood up and come up with some finishes there.
Yeah, and from the 2 players that you would probably back to do it as well.
It's a big break from Barbara, but nothing's going to fall for her. Right down the middle of the table. Really good chance for another one here. 3 straight finishes from the break.
What's your colour set here?
I think it's a 50-50 call. My gut feel was just go reds, but I actually don't mind the yellows, because the yellow that's most awkward below the 8 ball you can connect to, and the rest of the yellows are fine.
Yeah, and I do think the red in the bottom half of the table needs really precise position.
I think I would have gone yellows, all things being equal, but my gut feel straight away was reds until you started analysing.
Is that not what I'm here for?
Am I sitting on the fence? Importantly, Colette's decision was to go reds.
Yeah.
And it does feel like that red at the bottom is the ball. That's awkward.
Yeah, just underhit that one a little bit. Colette does like to be very precise with the white, whereas sometimes I think just play an area.
Guarantee a shot.
Absolutely, back yourself.
So just decides to turn the table over. A little bit of a nothing shot there. She run out of ideas and run out of time. Barbara wants to go. She probably has to float the one into bottom left now.
Yeah, is it straight enough to hold?
Yeah, that's why I sort of said float it in. It needs to almost be dead weight, doesn't it? She won't be feeling confident out there.
No. Doesn't like it.
Not sure about that choice. That yellow now is a big problem.
Yeah.
If there was angle on there that you couldn't hold, you could have topped through, maybe moved the red,
Moved the red,
and
yeah.
still been on another yellow. Either that yellow, well, actually I don't think it goes in the right centre, but there was another yellow to the bottom right corner that you could have been on. And if it didn't work out, then you can play safe.
Yeah, I wonder if she's going to try and screw it out now off the top one from the middle. But also, does the yellow in the top right go past the red, or is that a slightly awkward ball as well?
Yeah, I think it is slightly awkward.
Lost a turn.
It's interesting. This is a really mixy frame now, where it looked open at the start. We were sort of debating which one are you going for the finish on, and both sets are now awkward.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised Colette's potted a ball there. I might have been tempted in the situation just to drop the loss of turn in. Because the red at the bottom of the table is very awkward. Just going to look to play the snooker.
You don't have to convince me to play safe.
Not sure about that. I think I preferred the loss of turn just because this is an easy hit. I don't think you're going to gain much.
Yeah, if Barbara hits, and even if she doesn't, it's still not great.
Yeah.
That's landed very awkward.
Yeah. I do think though you could potentially awkward bridging, but I think there is a snooker you can play from at the bottom of the table with the two yellows together. I mean, if you wanted to be really aggressive, you could play the back double off the red and yellow in the middle.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's the way Babs will go. Well, I was wrong. And I think maybe because the red's so awkward, that's why she's decided to take it on.
Yeah, there was almost a safety net there if it didn't go. If it did go, you've got a chance to get out. If it doesn't, then you still have hope.
Yeah.
I think she might end up being rewarded here. If Colette starts potting, can't be any way to get on that red.
There's no gap at all, is there,
No.
that we can see?
Can't have been a good decision for me, potting that ball. Just play safe off the red at the bottom if you're careful, or play safe off the one you've just played if you didn't feel that one at the bottom was on.
Yeah. Said it a few times today, but the numbers game really does make a difference in this rule set.
Yeah.
Sacrifice the red being a bit more open for a good white there. But Bab still does have a chance to cut this yellow in.
Now has an angle to play a break out at the bottom.
It's not nice though, is it?
No. But if you're going to pop the first one, then
Yeah.
you feel like...
Yeah, giving herself a chance. I think it's difficult to make sure. I don't think there's any. It's one of those cannons you can't really control. Yeah, I think this is sensible to try and get the angle on the bottom one, and worst case you drop the angle of the bag. I think it was a lot more controllable if you got the angle on this bottom one. Do you put this over the bag, or do you sort of glance off it and put the white behind the red?
I was thinking about playing into the red, glance off it and maybe try and just nudge the red onto the cushion.
The yellow went.
So the yellow
Yeah.
went, and you're still leaving absolutely nothing. saw Colette having a good look to see whether the plant was on, yellow plant. See where a margin of error for the safety is.
That would suggest she thinks it doesn't go, and I think potentially the black blocks the angle needed on the yellow.
It was on. Well, should give herself a shot at the 8-ball hit.
I'm wanting to leave the angle where I'm doubling the black, but in a way where I can screw the white to at least parallel with the red and not leave too much of a shot.
If it's straight enough, she can do that, but it looks like it's not quite straight enough. Have to straighten this one up.
I quite like these though. You kind of punch them in, screw back to the side cushion. I think you can play this with an element of safety. I think you see a big reaction from Babs if she makes this.
Cue ball disaster. Absolute, complete disaster for the England skipper. The double was one thing, but I was with you. I felt like she was going to get a good cue ball, and it was going to end up being not the worst outcome for her, even if she didn't make the double. But going in off, it's a gift here for Colette Hendrickson.
I think you really just had to fully screw and punch it and really hit it hard. And I think when you are struggling out there and you're desperate for a result, then it can cloud your mind.
I do think it needed a lot of straightening up, but I think on these tables you can really straighten the ball up. And we are all square once again. The England skipper's woes continue. She has lost every single frame today. Did not see that coming when we came into the tournament this morning. But Hendrickson, though, she continues to go well. She just had to hang in that frame and get given a gift. Greatly received. Anaïs Dehan comes out for France. She won her opening frame. She was one of the two from the opening round of games. She's taking on Kirsty Clungston, who's coming out for her first frame here in the final.
How long have we got left? It's getting tight, isn't it?
Yeah, still a long way to go. Both teams need 4. I think the match clock will still be in play and be the deciding factor. So get yourself in front. Hang on. Poor leave. Good break. Disappointing outcome.
I mean, it's tough, but does she have a shot on this red into the corner to potentially go reds? That's what she's playing.
Brilliant.
They all have a pocket, that's what you like to say, isn't it? You can, I think the red top of the two goes and then the other one goes in the opposite corner.
Yeah, important to work them in the order, but that looks like it's a natural order as well.
Further than she'd like to here and a little bit closer to the rail, because I don't think you can now leave the next ball in a way where you don't cannon the the last red.
Yeah, it needed to be straight.
Yeah.
Or short of straight, and use the top cushion. Just couldn't afford to go past the straight at all there. Changes things dramatically. Oh, does the top one go from here?
Wow. No,
Possibly not. I don't think that was on.
She's opened up one of Kirsty's horrible yellows.
Kirsty just playing the one frame so far today in the semi-finals. She did win it. She'll take some confidence from that.
This is a natural to play the cannon straight away, isn't it? If the top one of the two yellows doesn't go.
Just avoid the red.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like that.
It'll do.
A little bit unlucky not to get just to catch the bump of the middle pocket. If she misses that, it would be so much better.
Yeah.
It's still a good chance.
But I think you can kind of, the one in the top half of the table, play that and play flat to the side rail now, and then you could take the one down the rail with an element of safety behind the other yellow. Go in a different way. Maybe looking to flick it out here.
Very nice.
Sacrifice position a little bit.
Yeah, slightly awkward coming low there, but she took a bit of a gamble when playing the breakout shot to be on something, and could have been a lot better than this.
I think just concentrate on the pot here, and you'll kind of hold on the black, and you should be the one in the middle, as long as the black doesn't get in the way. Middle first. Yeah, good shot.
Complete control, isn't she? She's been very calm, very poised as she goes through this finish. What a visit to the table that is for Kirsty Clungston. Didn't play in the opening round of games, but comes up big in the second round of games, gets her side back in front. Standards definitely ramped up here in the second round of games here. The first five were well drawn out. Everyone kind of, the frames were awkward and messy. Now we're really seeing it's a chance or it's a counter clear. He comes back for the debrief, explains what went wrong and what could have been done. Colette offering the support. The skipper is going out, try and get the scores tied back up. Dorothée Chaussee is out in the arena to take on Sarah Waite, who did not play in the opening round of games, hoping to follow Kirsty Clungston and get right in the mix. Sarah's just played the one frame today so far and has won it, so good vibes for Sarah as well.
bit unlucky there from Sarah. She had to play a difficult first shot and just unfortunately flicked it off.
Dorothea has struggled just a little bit today. Didn't play the best of frames in the semi-final. Was looking good in her first frame here in the final and came up short when in good position. Both skippers just struggling a touch. She has a chance to put things right. As you can see there, we're into the final 10 minutes. It's 15 seconds a shot from here on in, and the title on the line.
Gonna have a positional shot to play to get onto the 8 ball. What's your shot here? Try to come through the reds or check it up?
I think I just hold it. Well, maybe not from the bottom cushion. I thought you could just pot it on the straight side of the pocket with a soft screw shot. Perhaps there was a touch more angle than I was expecting, but this is a tough 8 ball all of a sudden. This has a similar feel to the frame earlier on.
Wow.
That doesn't. Right in the heart of the pocket. Dorothée Chaussée comes up big. The captain delivers. And that will make an awful lot better feeling for her than previously. Look at the relief. Look at what it means. And we move on. It's decision time. Let me ask you, Amy, if you're Barbara Taylor, what are you doing here? You've got an opportunity. Your subs have been coming in. They've both done well. The player that's struggling the most in the England team is absolutely the England captain. I think looks like she's going out there here and now. I don't know if she's going up to fill in the sheet or going up to play.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's picking the team here, whether it's Millsy or Babs herself, or whether it's a cooperative.
Well, one thing we do know is Harriet Haynes will be out there. She goes out first every single time for England. She'll do that throughout the whole tournament and the World Team Shootout as well. And Marion Jude is back out in the first spot, so it is another mini rematch of the World Championship final. Last time it went Harriet's way to win the opening frame of the match, and then in their second frames they both delivered break clearances.
I mean, a break clearance here would be a phenomenal effort because these are horrible.
Brilliant decision for France for me. Marion Jude 1, Colette Hendrickson 2. The time of the match, 8 minutes left. They send out their 2 big guns. Harriet Haynes is out first. Barbara Taylor, who is yet to win a frame in the tournament, is out second for England. Huge decision. It went awkward, so it won't be a finish from the break. This frame will go a long way to determine who will win the title. Well, that opens up the yellows apart from 1, but Marion is plumb on the double straight away. Yeah. Will she be brave? Will she take it on? I think we know the answer.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Hammers it. Might have a touch too much angle here just to drop this in for the yellow to right centre, and you don't really want to leave that one low. She has held on it so she can swing this round.
I also don't mind leaving the one in the middle till last. I think, yeah, you've got a big enough gap to come down. the black straight in the opposite corner if you drop it in last. I like this choice of shot.
Maybe a touch straight though.
No, it's not. It's
You think she
fine.
got enough?
Absolutely. On this, these tables are so reactive. I think this is comfortable.
Oh, what a shot. What a visit for Marion Jude. Gets her side in front. Harriet Haynes opened up the table, invited the clearance. It wasn't easy. Marion Jude made sure. You're asking for trouble if you open up the table against the world champion.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now it will be Colette Hendrickson up against Barbara Taylor. England really do need the skipper now. And it will be Barbara with the break. Definitely an argument, Amy, for sending Megan Proctor, who's been playing so well out there in this spot. They did in the previous round of games and she got broke cleared, so she did nothing wrong, and she's been playing so well.
Yeah, that would have been my choice, but you know, if anyone's going to come up big in a situation like this, even after the day she's had, then it'll be Bab. So, and a chance here, a good break. Needs a good first shot, but they're there if she wants to take them out.
Megan Proctor will be up next. I've just been handed the rest of the order. Anaïs Dehan is up next for France. But there's only 4 minutes left on the clock here.
Shot.
Brilliant. No good.
I think she had a very similar shot she could have played on the one top of the table. And just played the white into space.
Wow. Would you believe it? Incredible. Is she going to be on the 8 ball? She is.
There's a chance.
This is unreal. What a moment for the skipper. Huge from Barbara Taylor. She has struggled all day long and then comes up with that. Right person, right time. But how about this for a shot? Huge fluke. But you've got to take advantage, and all credit to her. She came up with the goods to take advantage, and all of a sudden we're all square once again. Fair's fair, I guess. France might not be in the final if it wasn't for a moment like that. If you weren't with us earlier on, Marion Jude, almost identical situation, came up with a huge fluke to keep her side in the semi-final. So Megan Proctor up now for England. Anaïs Dehan for France. All the pressure is on these two.
Will we see a finish? What do you reckon?
It's going to be tight. 3 minutes 16, definitely time. 6 red is definitely a big possibility here.
Wow.
Sledgehammer of a break, but not the best of chances.
There is a, if not a great chance, but there is a decent enough chance on yellows, I think. Yeah. Slightly too firm, but
I feel like you've got to slow it down now. I would not pop that yellow in the middle. I just don't think I would chase.
I would.
I know you would. And you know I'd play safe. The problem with chasing, for me, with 2.5 minutes is if you don't get it, then you are just going to give England the chance to win, whereas...
Just make sure you get it then.
But if you pull back, then at least you have that safety net of the potential 6 red.
Or you watch someone take out an absolute monster against you and think that could have been me.
That's true. Megan going for the loss of turn.
6 red incoming. Wow. Big chance for Meg. Big chance for Meg.
1:43 left here. Maybe missing a trick. Right at the bottom, difficult to get on. She should get to the shot to get onto it.
I mean, you had to put the ball in hand behind a 1 near the 8 ball, didn't you? Trying to play on it now. I think...
She's still on the one to top right, though. It's difficult. But you've got to be careful here. 1:15 left. You just... I suppose the yellow being on the bottom cushion on the right-hand side, it's not too bad if she misses.
However,
wow!
My word.
Can you believe it? Another fluke for England. But no pot there. 47 seconds. There is time here for France. Anaïs Dehan has a chance, but she looks like she's not too keen here.
Shot. Very good shot.
30 seconds. Angle's good, I think. Just float this in and you can get to the one on the bottom cushion or use the side cushion, whichever you prefer. Keep an eye on the clock. She's got 15 seconds. The cue ball will be travelling here. She may run out of time because of the amount the cue ball's travelling. And it's not going to drop. It is going to be a draw. We are going to a 6 red shootout for the title. Unbelievable scenes out there with balls flying in from everywhere. But these sides cannot be separated. And we are going into a 6 red shootout. I can tell you the primary 6 red shootout takers for England and France are Barbara Taylor and Marion Jude. I can tell you that the players to partner them will be the next players in the list, which will be Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. There she is. She knows. She'll be up with Barbara Taylor for England and Dorothée Chaussée for France. The 2 skippers will be out there. Although Annalise is trying to stay out there. It's not your go, unfortunately. I can tell you that Annalise would have been France's pick if it was up to them to pick. They pick a primary and a secondary, and if the tournament finishes at 7-7, as in all the frames are played, then it would have been primary and secondary. I've just had it confirmed in my ear. That's why I went quiet for a second or two, just to make sure that I was correct. But yes, it is going to be Barbara Taylor and Sophie Gibbs-Nichols taking on Marion Jude and Dorothée Chaussee. It is a case, I was right, if you pick, the teams pick their primary and secondary, if they finish 7-7, then you get to play with your primary and secondary. If the match finishes as a tie earlier than that, the primary has to play with the next player in the list, and that is why Dorothée Chaussee is out there with Marion Jude. She was always going to be their primary. And Barbara Taylor, who has never lost a 6-red shootout, was always going to be England's primary, but she wanted to play with Harriet Haynes. She will not get that chance. It will be Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. Hope that all makes sense. Amy, what are the players feeling right now? What are they going through?
Could you just explain the rules again? What just happened? I don't know. Marion and Dorothée both look quite calm. I would be running away. I'd be hoping it wasn't me.
You would have been doing everything to make sure you were not next on the list and you would not be in the primary.
Absolutely.
No, there's a discrepancy because one of the forms says one player on it. Okay, sorry for the delay, everybody. Confusion out there. It's a confusing time right now at the final of the World Team Shootout. There was confusion over the team sheets. Everything I have said is 100% correct.
You're enjoying saying that, aren't you?
I'm very smug right now, but I am correct in what I was saying. I was hoping I was correct, and I am confirmed I am correct. There was some issues because I believe that Harriet thinks that she's the primary, and one of the sheets says that she's the primary, but I can confirm that the original team sheet that I was sent right at the start of the match had Barbara Taylor as the primary. I also asked Barbara before the match started who is the primary, and she said, it's me. I have never lost a 6-red shootout.
Okay.
So I hope that all makes sense.
I'm just going to sit here and pretend I know what's going on. Because I don't have a clue.
I asked the question to you earlier on when we saw Scotland and Wales going through this. Would you want to go first or second?
Still second for me in this scenario. I think Marion and Babs have obviously done shootouts before, the last woman standing, but doubles, a final, two players in Dorothée and Sophie that I don't think have done a shootout before. And
Marion, I think, has.
Yeah. But I mean, Sophie and Dorothée
yeah.
haven't. Marion did it last woman standing, did a good job of it. But we saw 43 seconds earlier was a decent time.
It was. I think, for me, we've seen in women's pool, especially the last woman standing, and we've seen a few in the women's series as well. 30 seconds, which Barbara has pretty much set on repeat, is pretty much the quickest we have seen. I do think 43 could win, but I don't think you'd get, if you set 43 going first, I don't think you'll feel as comfortable as you would have done earlier on.
No.
It will be interesting to see what they decide to do. The lag for the decision. Oh, and it's going to be a tight lag. It's going to be a very tight lag, but I think England have got it, and they will decide what to do. I think I heard Barbara just say first they're going to set the time. That has become the new way with Ultimate Pool. We have seen the players, the professionals, all wanting to go for first and set the time by and large. There's a few that still believe second is the right way.
Yeah.
But going first, if you set a reasonable time, you ramp the pressure up onto your opponents. They're having a bit of a chat about it. Big moment this for Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. It really is.
What Babs did very well at last one standard was make sure she didn't miss a ball.
Yeah. That's how she set 30 seconds every time. She essentially just opened them up and potted 6 balls and set 30 seconds. And I think if you do that here, I think you set 30 seconds, you are ramping it up onto the French girls.
Absolutely agree.
So the players do get to check the pack. They do look calm, don't they, the French girls? Having a good laugh out there. I mean, Marion Jude always looks calm, to be fair to her. She never looks like she feels any pressure whatsoever. Dorothée may be feeling a little bit more. What we saw with the 6-red shootout earlier on was players not really being ready to go. We saw when Scotland went, player wasn't in position ready, so it's sort of, they were almost at the back of the arena, almost shocked. Oh, it's me to play now. It's kind of, they've got to be poised and ready to go.
And I think this throws an element. We see on Monday night some amazing time set by the pros in the doubles, but they've had a chance to practice it. They know each other. Obviously this throws up a random combination of 2 teammates, but you're not necessarily going to know naturally what shot your player's going to play, where you're going to be.
Hit that break quite firm, but steady.
Yeah.
Took her time to make sure of the pot. It was delicate in the middle.
This should be a decent time.
Oh, not now. Poor miss from Barbara.
Yeah. But this can still be okay.
Go up the table. Oh, could have done with getting a little bit closer. I know you want the cue ball to stop, but pressure on Barbara here. She's already missed 1. She's missed 2. And the red's in the way. Babs wasn't in position. Okay, 48-46. It's not a great time for England. Barbara Taylor missed 3 pots. And you could tell there in the middle, once she'd missed 2, she was a bit shocked and annoyed with it, and she wasn't in position then for the next one, and it all felt a little bit rushed there at the end. And the experience of Barbara Taylor, who's been in a few 6-red shootouts and always set 30 seconds, it almost looked like she was the one feeling the pressure. I like the way that Sophie went, steadied herself for every single shot to make sure that she made the pot. You have to say, advantage France. I know 43 you felt was a winnable score earlier on, but this is a different kettle of fish with Marion Jude out there. And Dorothée Chaussee. 48.60 is the official time.
And I think Marion, I think, has enough kudos with what she's achieved to take command here. I think she'll be the one directing Dorothée around, and I think... The key here for me is exactly what you just said. What was so good for Barbara in previous 6-red shootouts: open them up and just make 6 shots. If you take your time to pick what position you want to play, you have got time. 48 seconds is a long time to pot 6 balls if you're, if you're ready.
If you're controlled, you'd have to miss 4 pots here to be competitive almost. And it's a good break. You can wait. Awkward. Drop it in the middle, I think. Great shot. They don't miss, they win.
Get around the other side, just drop this.
That's it. No point running it around the table. Even if you miss here, you're in control. Drop it in. But in it goes. This for the title. And she doesn't. That's how calm Marion Jude is. Brilliant from the world champion, and it's brilliant from France. They are the world team shootout champions. Amazing scenes out there. What an atmosphere and what a moment for France. The world team champions add the world team shootout title. And that's what it means to them. How calm was Marion Jude there? What a moment to just poised to do that.
Unbelievable, and I think I could see it. I'm thinking that just set it up, but out there I probably didn't see it. Her composure is unbelievable.
Unbelievable stuff from France. An amazing match, an amazing day. brilliant scenes. France are the World Team Shootout champions. We'll crown them next.
Very warm welcome back into the arena, live from the Grand Hotel in Blackpool for the presentations for the WEPF World Team Shootout for 2024. First though, what an epic final that was. Decided by a 6 red shootout, but everything that came before was everything that shootout pool is meant to be. It had the brilliant, it had the ridiculous, it had everything that it's meant to be. Let's hear it for France and England, everybody. And let's keep that applause going for your runner-up, England. Go on in, Babs. Hard lines. That was close.
I don't think you can get much closer, really, after 70 minutes of play. But I thought the match it just had everything, and it was. We all thoroughly enjoyed being involved in it. It was a great match, yeah.
It really was, and you had everything was going on there. Your own personal story was something that was incredible, because the first frame of the day that you did win, what a way to do it. I mean, everything was happening.
Oh yeah, definitely, and I'll take that fluke all day long. After the run I've had all day, I'll take that. But to be honest with you, the girls have played brilliant all day, and they've got very strong shoulders, so they've been carrying me well. So, yeah, I thought they've done great. Yeah.
Sets you up for a good fortnight.
Hopefully, yes, hopefully. But congratulations to France. Again, another great match. So yeah, well deserved winners. Yeah.
Congratulations, Barbs, on a brilliant tournament. Welcome. England, everybody. And now then, let's hear it for your World Team Shootout champions. They're France. Well volunteered, Marion. Hey, that was crazy. What are your thoughts at the end of all that? Because not only were you involved at the table at the end of the match, but you're also in the 6 red. Talk us through your emotions.
Yes, obviously. Well, until the end, we never knew who was going to win this match, because it was pretty tight during the whole match. So yes, amazing finish with the 6 red. Well, we're not used to play this in France. I'm not really used to play this either. So yes, a really good match, as said Babs again. And yes, congratulations to England for their run.
Yeah, here. And how about that 6 red shootout? Because as you say, not something you're used to. Certainly nothing I know that Dorothée is used to as well. But the teamwork was there. It was a really good 6 red.
Yes, for our 6 red, I think the break was really important. Like I don't know if I'm lucky or not, but the break was really good actually. And so, yes, we were like just no pressure and just played the balls.
And the run continues. World champions, European champions, shootout champions. Just how special is it to be a part of this team?
Yes, obviously it's really special. I'm really happy to share this with the girls, and I think it's the same for them. So, yes, hopefully more titles to come.
Well, fingers crossed for you. Hey, congratulations, girls. Going to bring in the president of WEPF, Joe Fanto, to make the presentations to our winning nation. They are France. Captain Dorothée Chaussee takes the trophy. Give it a lift for us, Dorothée. And we'll be back with you very, very shortly as we analyse all of that carnage. Stay with us. Well, welcome back into the studio where the French players are only just getting back to their bench, trophy in hand. Sai, Amy, what an incredible final. I feel like it was, by shootout standards, it was a little bit of a slow burner through today, but we had the finale that the shootout deserves. That was epic.
You're right, I think it was a little bit of a slow burner. The first 5 frames were edgy, it felt like a final, it felt awkward out there. Came back from the break, and Harriet Haynes comes in with a break clearance, Marion comes in with a break clearance, and then all bets are off. It was just carnage from that moment on. You didn't know what was going to happen. Balls were flying in all over the place. Chances were taken and spurned, and of course the 6 red at the end. It was certainly dramatic.
Well, we're going to go through some of the action in just a moment, but Amy, before we do, how big a victory is that for France, do you think, as in psychological warfare ahead of a big 2 weeks?
Yeah, look, I think they obviously can't win another shootout. There's not going to be that in the world. They'll have to do it the harder way, well, not harder way, but the long way. But yeah, I think it is. I think it's another win over England, another big win. And the tighter the match, sometimes the more painful it is. If a team just comes out and flies and outplays you, but when you've had your chances, when it's that tight, yeah, it really hurts. It
certainly does. All right. Let's look at those 6 red shootouts. We've got them side by side as a comparison. It's England on the left, France on the right, and we go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we break off. Where was this won and lost?
Well, France had to beat a fairly slow time, and they gave them control, and it's this miss here in the middle for Barbara, really, because this is fairly routine. If she makes this one in the middle, you feel like they're going to set somewhere around the just over 30-second mark, with the one on the cushion probably just about 30, 35. But because of that miss, I think it gets Barbara scrambled, and all of a sudden she ends up missing 3 pots. And this one here, she misses, she has to take it to the corner, but she's not in position for the next ball. And for me, Barbara got a little bit scrambled out there. And on the other side of the arena, how calm is Marion Jude just to go, I don't need to take it on, I'm just going to knock it on and we're going to win anyway.
Yeah, with that being said, the composure shown by both Marion and Dorothée was really impressive. I watched it outside in the arena, sort of live as it were, and they were so calm about it, despite being sort of visibly nervous before they did it, because why wouldn't you be?
Yeah.
But when it came down to it, they were so cool and collected.
Yeah, and I think that has everything to do with Marion. I think we said it on comms, the kudos Marion will have on this team because of what she's achieved. And she took command out there and she did the right thing, and I think her composure really rubbed off on Dorothée, and she was able to keep her calm, play the right shots, and her composure is really annoying, actually. Just unbelievable.
It really is, but it's more than that as well, isn't it? Because she's still so young. You're not supposed to have that level of composure so young.
Yeah, you're not. I mean, you see a lot of players that have a lot of ability. You have a lot of players that can do an awful lot of good stuff on the table, but sometimes they can be hot-headed, sometimes they can lose their composure, whether it's on or off the table. But with Marion, you just feel like she's enjoying herself, but it's, bad things happen, it's always going to happen, and you just to wipe it away, go again, just on to the next thing. It's almost like she doesn't feel pressure.
Completely true. How about the end of the match, though? Because before we got to the 6 red shootout, everything went off. It was sparked by those breaking finishes, so Harriet and I think Marion almost lit the fuse really on the final. But this finish from Barbara Taylor here is mad.
Yeah, and we were debating whether it should have been Barbara at the table. We were both saying maybe they should have sent Megan out to play, because Barbara had been struggling. She hadn't won a frame until that point, and Megan had been going really well, but they sent Barbara out, and she would have been under so much more pressure because she hadn't won a frame at that point, and she came up huge. Obviously, it was a massive moment in the
let's take a look at it. I mean, we can see it again, because this is crazy.
Here, I mean, this sort of thing felt like it was happening for all day. I mean, France wouldn't have been in the final without their own version of this in the semi-final. So I sort of said on commentary, I mean, it was almost fair's fair, really, because France had one previously.
But what you have to say is the red after that and the 8-ball was
very good.
Was clutch.
Yeah, and almost happened in the very next frame with Megan as well. She had the big fluke and then had the tough one down the rail, wasn't able to make it, and it would have been 2 frames on the trot, and they would have probably stolen the victory had she made the one down the cushion after the fluke. But I guess they'd taken one of them because it got them into the 6 red shootout, and when you're behind with only 4 minutes to play, you'd take that.
What about that last frame? Because that had a little bit of everything, didn't it? It looked for a minute that Anaïs was in and the chance was there, and then she decided to back away and go uber safe. Then Megan comes to the table, gets her own mad fluke, and it looked like she was going to win it. Then Anaïs has everything's happening.
Yeah, it's a shootout, isn't it? That's generally what happens. I mean, we were debating on commentary. I was saying, Anaïs, just go aggressive. Simon's going, no, because safety. In the end, they sort of both had a bit of a go, but both were also very wary of the clock, I think. And I think when you think, do I just run the clock down enough to get, and then you've got to play a ball under pressure. Anaïs just ran out of time to make sure she didn't lose.
Yeah, I think the key for me in that situation, and I think I'm right, you think you're right, but I think the reason I was saying that Anaïs should have gone safe first is because if she takes on the finish with 2.5 minutes to go and she misses, she leaves enough time for the counter, which would have been a lot easier, whereas she actually waited a couple of visits, then she got a chance obviously a bit of craziness as well, and then she had a opportunity to win. What you're looking for is the chance to take on a finish without the chance of being countered if you miss, and that's kind of what she was looking for, I thought she was looking for.
crazy finish.
Yeah.
Crazy day.
Really.
It's in the books.
Yeah.
It started a long time ago,
Yeah.
but we do have our first champions of the World Championship fortnight, and they are France. They win the shootout for the first time, and there are plenty more opportunities for them to win plenty more this week as well. Marion is the defending singles champion. They won the teams already, and they'll be back to defend that over the course of this fortnight. Here on the Mondays, though, next week, we do it all over again, because then it's the turn of the boys, and it's almost like just expect that, basically. It's exactly what Shootout Pool is.
Yeah, it will be. We'll see an awful lot more of that. There's something about Shootout Pool that just generates drama, and when you put very good players under pressure, you put them under the pump. One or two things happen. One, they either crumble, which is a story, and we enjoy seeing it. They don't, or they come up with the goods, and that's it. And it just, the tension it creates, the drama it creates. You almost can't fail with Shootout Pool.
How much have you enjoyed today, Amy?
It's been alright. No, yeah, it's been great. It's been great to be watching and not out there, because when you see someone struggle, you think, if that was me, you really feel from out there, and then you see other things where you just think, how are they doing that? Yeah. No, it's been a great day.
It's been fabulous. Well, thank you so much for your company, the both of you. I've really enjoyed having it. And it's time for us to say goodbye. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you'll join us next week when the boys take to the table here in Blackpool. WEPF World Men's Team Shootout is live with you next Monday at 11 o'clock. Until then, very good night.